Welcome to the channel of PACIFIC414. Show us this loyalty. Throw yourself onto the subscribe button and submit yourself to the live streams, gaming streams, and so much more. Pathetic earthlings, I command you.
Warning, due to adult language and humor, the following content may not be suitable for any viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, the Sunday edition. Along with Baron Orman Tagge, I am your host, Mike, and this morning we have quite a few articles to talk about, and one I know we're probably going to spend a lot of time talking about this morning, and I'm perfectly okay with that. But first, Baron, how are you doing this morning?
Yeah, these people, I mean, I was up all night with on Facebook battling these people, man. Actually, that's what I found out that Cash does now. He's not on Twitter no more doing that. He's on Facebook. He graduated, folks. But I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired, a little achy. It's been cold and rainy here, and unfortunately, my bones have been feeling it. So enough about me whining like a little baby. I'm doing okay, though. Even if I was barking dogs earlier.
Well, we're both, getting at that point where any change in the weather, we feel it.
Excuse me, getting to that point? I'm there, baby.
Hey, I'm trying to be nice here, brother.
Hey, I'm just trying to let you guys know that I'm a better weather forecaster than the weather people. My bones do a better job telling me stuff,
Oh, I know what you mean about that. It's like when my body starts to ache this time of year, it's like we got a storm coming.
Yeah,
they're not forecasting a storm coming. I said, believe me, there's a storm coming.
Yeah, I know. I take a look at the forecast, go, yeah, you guys are lying. But I have
full of it.
Yeah, I mean, I have what I call the rain finger, and what it is like the last little knuckle up to where the fingernail is on my middle finger on my left hand starts to ache when weather starts coming, whether it's snow or rain, precipitation. I call it my rain finger. And when I start feeling that stiffen up and start aching, because it's an odd place to have arthritis in that one little knuckle.
Yeah.
How do you get arthritis in that little knuckle? What did I do to exert it so much, that arthritis? I mean, it's my left hand, not my right hand, so you can't see it's that. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because it's my right foot. Anytime a storm's coming, even before it shows up on the weather forecast, if my right foot starts giving me problems, I'm going, oh, great, we got a storm coming. It's going to be a doozy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike from PACIFIC414 is going to be playing in my right foot, the sequel to my left foot. No, to be honest with you, the ankle that I sprained back in '94 before I went off to Norway for the Olympics, isn't that whatever? You sprain your ankle just before you take an overseas trip, right? And have to wander around on streets they don't plow. They don't necessarily plow over there. But it's been a long time, but it is really, for the last, I'd say, 4, 5 days. My right ankle, where I sprained it, has really been screaming at me. I'm going, hey, I've been walking on you decently. Stop it. I've been treating you nice. It's been a long time. Why are you now bitching? Ugh.
I
Just
mean,
put me down.
it just depends on the barometric pressure and
Yep,
how,
exactly.
how that's affecting everything.
Yeah,
Yes, we're giving a weather report this morning on Pop Talk.
we're old men. We talk about weather, folks. It's sitting on and wait until Phil was here. But we'd really get a weather forecast if Phil was here. That old man.
Yeah, true. I mean, between all of us, I'm sure that depending on your age, we could all say, yeah, well, when my right or left shoulder starts to ache, that's when I know a storm's coming. Or, some people get a headache because of the change in pressure. And
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's amazing how the body is a good barometer.
yeah,
And I don't want to be a barometer no more. Can you take that job away? I'd rather have somebody else who would enjoy it more than me.
yeah, I'm going to need you to detect a little bit more weather. That would be
Yeah.
great.
Oh, great! It's like I go and hang around at the weather service because we actually got a weather service right up the road in Chanhassen. So they have
Mhm.
the National Weather Service have it, and I can just see walking in and hearing this.
What would you say you do here?
It's like I predict the weather better than you guys.
What do you mean? We got a fancy Doppler radar. The Doppler radar 9000. It can detect storms from miles away.
Yeah, I got the Doppler shoulder on back. Oh, could that be? Oh, I think the missus is home. Yeah, the missus is home.
The Mrs. Radar.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and she's turning into one now, especially after breaking a femur.
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, and
Ah.
other fun stuff that she's had in her life. So, you know, we both know weather changes.
hmm So before we get on to
Yeah.
today's topics, I
Mhm.
do want to say hello to Brandon Looney Tunes fan 2000,
Hey, Brandon.
and I also want to say hello to DJ Ronnie G.
Nerd! Which, of course, he responded back.
Yep. And he says here, oh man, I misspelled nerds. Hey,
Yeah.
you see me on Twitter sometimes, you see me in chat, I'm always misspelling something.
Are mispronouncing Japanese names.
Yeah. Well, I'm not perfect.
No,
I'm not going to say I am.
no. We haven't, that's for sure.
And DJ Ronnie G on our weather talk is saying he can lick his finger and wag it to estimate relative humidity and project rain. Yeah. Well, that's not exactly where my mind's going on that, DJ Ronnie G.
Yeah. Look at what I'm wagging in the air. Yes, sirree. Why is the police coming over here? Okay, officer, don't tase me.
You got it, Barrett. You got it. And let's see. Ronnie's also saying realistically, you just need time to know the relative humidity and the dew point. That's what you're calling it. Okay.
Yeah. I was doing some surfing the other night, and I kind of had a little humidity going on there. You know what I mean?
And I do want to say hello to Potato Revan. Good to see you, Potato.
He's a tater. He's a tater. You better watch out. He's a Sith tater.
And DJ Ronnie G says, yeah, Brandon was here first. Okay. All right. I've said it plenty of times on Pop Talk, but for anyone who ever misses the message, I'll let Gandalf explain it. So here we go.
A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
Where the hell have you been, soldier?
And Bear, Bear's the bad cop. I'm the good cop. Bear's the one that's gonna say, "What were you on that night? On the night of the 19th, 2023. Which month? April, sir. Where were you?" And let's see. Taylor Evans says, "Back in October, I broke both feet on top of a bone condition." Ooh,
Oh, you know what?
damn.
And I forgot to have myself on mute. That's why you couldn't hear me. It's like, nerd trading, sir. Nerd trading, sir. Yeah, there we go.
Wait, at the same time? Oh,
Ow!
damn, Taylor. What? Was somebody trying to fry you up?
Yeah.
Cut you into French fries?
Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ooh.
Yeah.
We need to get that one with Peter Griffin doing that. Ooh. Ah.
Yeah, because this morning, Aiken Ains talk, weather prediction talk.
Oh.
And of course, DJ, just say hello to the both of us.
Well, it's about time.
And we also have Real Wade Gaming Clips here as well. Good morning, Wade.
Now he's the real one. He's not the imitation one. So I just want to make sure people know that.
No, he's a genuine article.
Yeah, if you see a Wade Nation Gaming Clips out there, you know it's fake because it's not real Wade Nation Gaming Clips.
Precisely. And for this morning on Pop Talk, we do have several articles to talk about. And one article in particular, I don't care if it takes the whole stream for us to talk about, because I think this one is worth talking about. It needs to be talked about. And that, of course, is Elon Musk appointing a new CEO for Twitter.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
That's a topic we cannot ignore, because I said it after the deal was made official. We need to wait and see what happens in the next few weeks, next few months, in the next year before we go, yay, Elon.
Mm-hmm.
So we will read that and get all the details, and then we will give our thoughts on it. And of course, you're all welcome to give your thoughts on it in the chat. But before we continue with the other articles that we're going to talk about this morning, I do want to say hello to Bone. Good to see you, Bone.
A bone of contention.
And speaking of Bones, Potato Revan is letting us know that he fell down the stairs and his fat ass landed on my feet and ankles turned inward. Ooh.
Well, see, he did that wrong. He should have landed on the fat ass. I mean, that's where my cushioning is. If I go down, I try to make sure I land on the butt.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Oh God, 6 places. 3 including the ankles. Ow.
Damn, dude. Yeah, I definitely need to get that clip of Peter Griffin.
Yeah. You know what Potato River was trying to do? He was trying to take the high ground.
He was trying to take the high ground. He slipped in. Well, Anakin's all, welcome to the party, pal. All right. Our other article we're going to talk about in this edition of Pop Talk is One Piece creator Ichiro Oda provides update on live action Netflix series. They've promised that they won't launch it until I'm satisfied. We shall see.
Mm-hmm. They're learning.
Maybe. I'm not willing to give them the benefit of the doubt just yet.
Oh, I'm not talking about Netflix. I'm talking about the creator. It's like, I want to see this,
And our other article we'll talk about is Jedi Survivor fails to surpass prequels' physical launch sales while players still report major performance issues. No, really? Performance issues? Oh, you mean like frame rate and input lag, amongst other things? Yeah.
I never heard you complain about this game once, Mike. Not once.
Right. And if you believe that, Baron's got a bridge he can sell you in Brooklyn.
I got a Rancor that beat your ass several times to sell you.
You're gonna remind me of that fucking Rancor.
Okay. There's a reason why they're feared. They're powerful. Do you know? Did you know that originally, back when Return of the Jedi came out, they were making it known that blasters and lightsabers wouldn't work on the exoskeleton or the plating of a Rancor.
Mm.
And I mean, I'm sure that got tossed to the wayside, just like Uncle Owen was actually Ben Kenobi's father, or not father, but brother, but which was in Return of the Jedi novelization. It was originally envisioned that way, but yeah, Rancors are tough buggers. It's good to see that they actually put fear again in the Rancor, especially after the book of Boobaloo. I'm riding my Rancor into town, don't you see? Oh, yeah, a panther. He ate a bantha that sand people are mad at me. No.
And then it starts climbing the tower like it's freaking King Kong.
Snow speeders flying around it. Ooh.
And then our other article will be Hoyoverse teases 3 new characters coming to Honkai Star Rail, which actually looks like a very fun game, which I have already downloaded, and I do plan on streaming at some point. And then, did Lucasfilm actually do this? Did they do that?
Oh no!
Why am I doing the Urkel impression? It's because I gotta get myself serious about this. It's because Lucasfilm has hired Jaleel White, better known as Steve Urkel in Family Matters, to be in the Skeleton Crew. They have hired him as a member of the cast.
He's serial, man. He's super serial.
I'm not joking on that one.
No, but the thing is, I mean, we all know him like that, but he's done other things, and actually, he's grown. He doesn't really look like Urkel no more.
No,
he's kind of a ladies' killer now.
Yeah, he looks like Stefan Urkel.
Yeah, I mean, he's he looks like a lady killer, especially with that knife and the rope. Whoa, we went to the dark area there. No, but it's all seriousness. I'm willing to give him props for trying out something serious and away from Urkel. Hopefully, he does a good job on that, and people give him that chance. But this is going to the Acolyte, run by 2 soys. Oh God, that show's gonna be a fucking mess.
Yeah, it already sounds like it's a fucking mess.
Oh wait, but it's the Acolyte or Skeleton Crew?
Well, Skeleton Crew, Acolyte. Yeah. Isn't all Disney Star Wars a mess right now?
It really is. I really hate to say it. It really is. I think the last real good thing came out, and that was even in contention, was Andor, because you had a lot of people that really liked it for what was for the story. Other people were meh because it's like we shouldn't take three stories to get to where you're going, or 3 episodes. And other people were just like, oh, it's not Star Wars because they don't have lightsabers. Well, no, you know what? That is a straw man moot argument. It is. There was a lot of Star Wars in the EU that didn't have lightsabers and Jedi's, so there.
Well, not all Star Wars needs lightsabers and Jedi's. Not all Star Trek needs to be about the Federation. Well, and speaking of Star Wars, he must have been listening close by because George Lucas is here. George, when are you going to buy your franchise back? When are you going to buy your studio back? Look what they're doing to your properties, dude.
I think it really is hurting him a little bit. I think he really has felt betrayed. I mean, it's made it known he really been betrayed. He feels it. Oh.
Yeah. And I do want to say hello to Pop Culture Mechanic, who had a stream earlier this morning talking about anime and video games.
No, he's an early bird.
Yes. Well, you know what? He has the 11 o'clock slot in the morning now because I shifted the time of the Sunday edition to 1 o'clock. So he takes the morning shift.
Hmm. I never liked the morning shift. Never liked the morning shift.
I never cared for it myself, especially if I had to close the night before
Hmm.
and come back early the next morning. It's like, all right, come on, buddy, kick
Hmm.
in.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in radio, normally the morning persons would get more money because that was your, because people listen to the drive time, the morning drive. Of course, that
Yeah,
wasn't the
yeah,
case
yeah.
at our station because we sucked. But I always sat back and thought I always liked the afternoon or even into the evening shift better. It's just like there's magic when you do that on the air. And I was happy doing those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at one point I thought I wouldn't mind going into radio. Heck, I wanted to be a broadcaster at one point, but I'm thinking,
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know that I necessarily have the chops for it.
With the atmosphere in the industry, I wouldn't. It's like I'm just the type. Let me go in there, do the job, and go out. I don't want to care with all this other bullshit you got. Hey, great, we're 21 minutes and I can say bullshit now.
We already broke it before that.
No,
15-second, 20-second, or 15-minute, whatever it is.
yeah, YouTube, you suck. Oh, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so
He's so
sorry.
sorry.
Boy, what the heck happened to Cash? He must really have been on Facebook last night arguing.
I don't know. Wait. He's asleep on the keyboard again.
Yep, exactly. I mean, he graduated from Twitter to Facebook, and just like any new kid with a shiny new toy, just boom. I hope he didn't break it for one. And yeah, boom, he's got a waffle face because his face is on that keyboard, drooling over the L key or maybe the K key. I don't know.
I don't even want to know what keys he's screwed over because now you got to clean that keyboard real good.
But who knows where that chin went?
Yeah. So the main story, like I said, I don't care if this takes up the whole edition of today's show, but this is very important to talk about. And the story is from Bounty in the Comics. They posted it on their site just yesterday, and it's about Elon Musk appointing World Economic Forum Executive Chair Linda Yakir
uh,
Yacarano. I don't know how to pronounce that last name. So if I butcher it, well,
yeah, Carino or something. Yeah, I change your name to Smith.
I'm just
Hey,
gonna call her Linda. There.
hey, Linda, how's it going? I think we're on a first name basis now since you're the CEO of Twitter. So, hi, Linda.
And I do want to say hello to Prismatics. How are you doing, Prismatics?
Mm-hmm.
But the story was posted just yesterday on Bounty in the Comics, and of course you see a screenshot from Rick and Morty. But it says Elon Musk has announced that he is stepping down as CEO of Twitter and appointing to Linda, that's all I'm going to call her from now on, an official member of the World Economic Forum, WEF, to oversee the free speech friendly platform in his stead. Free speech friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. From a certain point of view, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, obviously, not everything is 100% free speech because obviously you can't go out there and libel.
No,
Obviously, you can't go out there and knowingly lie about people because that's slander.
yeah.
Uh,
Defamation of character, too.
right. I mean, there are certain things. Obviously, I mean, you can say yell fire in a crowded theater if you wish, but that doesn't mean you do not have repercussions for doing said same act.
Exactly.
And that's the one thing people have to remember is when you go out there and spout things, even us, you and me, Mike, and even man, like these people, Cash Money, we spout off. There's always a chance to have repercussions. right?
Mhm.
That's why we should try to choose our words right. Or even if we're going to say something controversial, it's like, I know it's going to be that way, and I'm going to hold to my guns on this,
Yeah.
even though I'm going to be attacked.
You're going to stand your ground.
Exactly. And you have a lot of people that don't feel that way. I mean, you have people out there they'll say something controversial and start whining because they're being taken to the woodshed for it. And it's like,
Mhm.
oh, okay, you wanted to have all this attention. Now you're getting the attention, but it's not the attention that you want.
Exactly.
So, yeah, we have, we can say certain things, but there's still repercussions.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can lie and slander about somebody, but there are huge repercussions. And, of
Oh,
course, free speech does not go to treason either.
Mm-mm.
So,
No, it does not.
mm-mm.
So the article goes on to say the Tesla CEO and owner of Twitter teased the news on Thursday, tweeting, "Excited to announce that I've hired a new CEO for X-Twitter or slash Twitter. She will be starting in 6 weeks. My role will transition to being executive chair and CTO, overseeing product, software, and system ops."
Okay.
Goes on to say the next day, Musk formally announced that the NBC Universal chairman and WEF executive chair had been appointed as Twitter's new CEO. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Goes on to say, "I'm excited to welcome Linda as the new CEO of Twitter." It goes on to say that he's basically excited about her being there. He gushed over her being there, explaining that she will be overseeing business operations while he shifts his focus to product design and new technology. Looking forward to working with Linda to transform the platform into X, the Everything app, he added. Hmm.
Mm-hmm. I'm waiting for the triple X app.
Goes on to say, as per Linda's LinkedIn profile, the recently appointed CEO of Twitter has been an active member of the World Economic Forum since 2019. She is also in charge of the World Economic Forum's task force on future of work, and it also mentions the organization's media, entertainment, and cultural industry governors
Mm-hmm.
steering committee, as well as highly engaged with value in media initiative.
Oh my God, that's a bunch of
Uh,
bull.
yeah,
That's a fancy way to sit back saying you're a schmuck.
yeah, no other way to say it.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to say hello to Pat Wannabe. Who
Mm-hmm.
says, "Nice to have you on." While I still sort through my Star Wars junk. Read, Mike. Read words. Read them.
Mm-hmm. Words are wonderful.
And I also want to say hello to Jet Sparks, who says WEF will tell you to wear a mask to stop the spread of the bubonic plague. Well, they're not the only organization that will tell you what to do.
World Health Organization, all that stuff. But and this is of course important because Mike's coming off of having a case of the bubonic plague. Bro,
Well, we got Bear and Broman tag. We got PACIFIC414. We got Jet Sparks Bro. We got the Pata Bronaby. We
mm-hmm.
got DJ Brony G. We
Mm-hmm.
got Bone Bro. We got Prismatics Bro. We've got Pop Culture Mechanic Bro. And we also had George Lucas Bro.
Mm-hmm.
And also Real Wade Gaming Bro.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Potato Revan. And in case you're wondering where we're getting all this bro stuff from, just watch a Bro Force stream. You'll get
Mm-hmm.
it.
I'm going to get on the one. I got my Bro Force ready.
Bro Force!
Bro!
But anyways, it goes on to say in this article, founded in 1971 by German engineer and economist Klaus Schwab. The World Economic Forum is an organization that has self-appointed itself to support social innovation around the world by engaging with the foremost political, business, cultural, and other leaders of society to shape global, regional, and industry agendas.
In other words, what that basically all sat back and said, folks, is James Bond villain Klaus decided to push his way in and start telling people what to do without being asked or invited.
hmm it's like when somebody gives you unsolicited advice.
Mm-hmm.
You just look at them and go, "Did I ask you for your opinion? Did I ask you for your advice?
That's what
I
Mike
don't
says to
believe
me
I
all the
did."
time. That's what Mike says to me all the time.
Goes on to say the WEF's mission statement declares our activities are shaped by a unique institutional cultural founded on the stakeholder theory, which asserts that an organization is accountable to all parts of society. It
Mm-hmm.
continues the institution carefully blends and balances the best of many kinds of organizations from both the public and private sectors, international organizations, and academic institutions.
Mm-hmm.
Among some of the World Economic Forum's most outrageous goals is a push for veganism as the dietary standard. Well, I
Mm-hmm.
guess they won't like the fact that I had a nice juicy ribeye the other day and it was delicious.
Yum. I had pepperoni and sausage pizza.
It sounds good too.
Yeah. Well, cheese, meat. Mm.
Mm. A seemingly desperate attempt to tackle a food crisis by claiming the current food system is to blame for a third of CO2 emissions and reforming the underpricing of fossil fuels in an attempt to fight climate change and create sustainable economies. In other words, they want us to go to electric vehicles, but
Mm-hmm.
they fail to acknowledge the fact that even to create a lithium battery
Mm.
and charge it, you're expending more fuel for that you
Mm-hmm.
would filling up your car.
And let's not forget the child labor that it's used to do that with.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of this stuff happens in Africa, very
Yep.
poor areas. So, entire families down to young children are working in these big, giant gashes in the earth as they're digging this stuff out.
Yep.
Like strip mining.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And you can find pictures of it on the internet, all over the
Mm-hmm.
internet.
And let's not forget that these batteries, if you have a problem in your car with this, you basically totaled your car if you have battery issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and not only that, Baron, and they're expensive to replace.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I've had people say, "Oh, yeah, you should get a Prius." I'm all, no, I like my car. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
It gets me
Right.
where I need to go. And if
Right.
I have to replace a battery, it's not going to cost me an arm, a leg, a toe, maybe
Mm-hmm.
an ear.
Right. And they catch fire. I mean, have you
Mm-hmm.
seen all those where these Tauruses ignite and go and start on fire? And with these lithium batteries, you have to have a special, I think, foam to take out the fire. And even then, you have to watch it because those things will spring back to life. Those fires, even a day or two later.
Mm-hmm.
And then what do you do? What do you do with these batteries when it's time to dispose of them?
You can't really dispose of them.
Right. What do you do with all this? These things are toxic.
You're causing more harm with lithium batteries than you're actually, trying to prevent harm.
Right.
I
Now
know I
let's
could have worded that better, but
yeah. It's Sunday morning. Yeah. But let's take a look at what he said. They're going out there and pushing the veganism. What right do you have as an as an organization that has nothing, no voted in members by anybody. You just appointed yourself to go out there and start basically trying to get laws formed in countries that are not your own. Mr. Herr Klaus from Deutschland, being the great James Bond villain, and you must eat the bugs. So they want us to eat crickets and stuff like that. Excuse me.
I'd rather have a juicy ribeye.
Yeah, are crickets living things too? Wouldn't that be violating veganism? Oh no, because they don't have faces that are cute. That's why. And then let's go down. You want to know why sometimes we have fuel problems and gas prices rise up, and they want to try to attack the oil companies?
Because we depend on other countries for our oil, for our fuel, instead of resourcing it from ourselves.
And let's look at this little free here. And reforming the underpricing of fossil fuels in an attempt to fight climate change. In other words, artificially increasing the price of oil.
Yep. Why do you think it's going up at the pump every day? And depending on where you live, it could be $6 a gallon to fill up your car.
Yep. Oh, that's why Cash isn't here. He couldn't afford the money to fill a tank to drive to the studio.
This is why I said this article needs to be talked about.
Yeah, because this is going to a very important area. As ASAP Bang said, the free speech platform. Well, let's go on a little bit further and let's start getting a little concerned.
So this article goes on to say, arguably, the most infamous of the organization's plans is to build back better agenda, otherwise known as the Great Reset. The WEF's plan is to reinvent capitalism in order to create more resilient economics and direct their focus towards social justice. And idea the new Twitter CEO fully endorses.
On that little paragraph right there are a lot of flags, folks.
Yep. Communism, socialism. As far as I'm concerned, they're all cut from the same mold.
Yeah, totalitarianism. I am the Kaiser Zavira of the world, Klaus.
And I know someone's going to say, Mike, I thought you didn't want politics on Pop Talk. As I've said before, unless it pertains to the story and you have to discuss it, which, like I keep saying, this is very important to discuss. We cannot lie down and ignore it. We can't just sweep it under the rug and act like it's not a problem. It's a problem.
Yeah, we're not talking party politics here. We're talking about everyday. We're talking about woke, which is a form of politics. We're not talking about the R's or the D's or the independents or the libertarian or whatever. It doesn't matter. We're not talking about a political party. So in that sense, we're not talking that type of politics, folks. We're talking about something that's really going to affect us here, especially for those that were celebrating the freedom of Twitter.
So the article goes on to say, as brought forward by Twitter user at IMeme0, goes on to say that, yes, Arno, I'm just going to try it. Praise Jeff Shell and Brian Roberts, her bosses, for taking the right steps to fight social justice and equality. Also, she recommended her company's progress of hiring 50% of women and 50% of color. In other words, as long as you meet their checkbox, you're fine.
Yeah, not qualification.
Does anybody really want to be relegated down to a checkbox? I think I know the answer to that. No. Okay. Oh, let's see. You meet this criteria, check. That criteria, check. Do you have any skills in this area? It doesn't matter. As long as you meet the criteria in this checkbox, you're all good. Nobody wants to be relegated to that.
Right. Hey, I'm a token. Yay.
Yay. I'm a sympathy hire. Let's
Yeah.
let's put it that way. I'm a sympathy hire.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to be relegated to that?
I don't.
I sure as hell don't.
Mm-mm.
Says in the wake of Musk's announcement, some users of the social media platform were quick to question his decision, with many expressing concern over Linda's involvement in the WEF. Elon, would you please consider doing a Twitter space with Linda on this? Requested conservative mama. I think a lot of people have questions, and hearing directly from her would be beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
You could hear directly from her, but it could all just be a bunch of hot air.
Yeah.
She's gonna tell you what she thinks you want to hear. Meanwhile, she'll do something else.
Well, they're snakes.
Exactly.
You know,
Even if it was someone else hired in the same position, they would just give you rhetoric. Look at what's
Right.
going on with Disney right now. What Bob Iger's doing.
Yeah. Now, I want to express upon everybody also is, how do we get people like the little Austrian corporal or the failed monk from Georgia in Russia, or any of these people? How do they come in here? Couldn't people spot this? And the big thing is hearing the people talk, right, can be a road down the rabbit hole, because all great fascist dictators, anything like that, always start out with the truth,
Mm-hmm.
but they have a little bit of a lie in there. But as it goes along, guess what happens? The truth starts going down and the lie starts growing. And that's how they get suckered in. It's like, well, I can't argue that point. Yeah, what you're saying is absolutely right. And you get buffaloed and you let your guard down. And before you know it, you're marching into France.
Yeah. And Pop Culture Mechanic has a great point here. It's an outside body from another country trying to control the USA and Canada. Honestly, how do they have so much power? No foreign power is supposed to have control of anything that goes on here in the United States.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yet it's happening all around us.
Mm-hmm. Well, notice one of the words that they're using, build back better, is what the World Economic Forum is saying. Where else have we heard that, folks?
We've heard it from our current sitting president.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
All right, so this article goes on to say conservative influencer Robbie Starbuck was also willing to give Linda the benefit of the doubt, encouraging Twitter users to give her a chance. We've heard that before. Oh, give them a chance. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Nothing to worry about. And then it comes back to bite you. She's followed me at Lives of TikTok and Jack Prospect for years. I don't care. I don't care. Someone could follow me. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
That has nothing to do with it. It's her political stances. It's her personal political stances, how she feels about freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
That concerns me.
Exactly.
So, Pop Culture Mechanic and I can have different political views, but say he's put into the CEO position. I'm not saying you would be Pop Culture Mechanic, but that's who would want it. But, he and I could have different points of view, but just to say, oh, this person follows me, Baron follows me, so it's all good. No.
Mm-hmm.
No, that doesn't merit giving this person a chance when you already know where they stand.
If you see them following you, be nervous, folks.
And it goes on to say the WEF notoriously attaches themselves to people who don't know the dark side of the WEF's vision by dangling the prospect of influencing very powerful people. He continued, Elon is very responsive to feedback, so if things go the wrong direction, I expect he'll listen to people of Twitter, but I think we owe it to him to give her a chance. Oh gosh. Is this guy naive?
Naive, stupid, moronic, drinking Kool-Aid, the forbidden Kool-Aid. I don't know, but all along, if there's something that has blinders on or just a full-fledged mask, eye mask covering, is this guy right here. Because when you have somebody who's got a track record like that, the old saying goes, you cannot change your spots.
Yep, a leopard doesn't change their spots.
Right. Now, yeah, just go on. I was trying to formulate something eloquently, and I wasn't doing a good job of it.
That's all right. I know you'll have it by the time I get finished with this paragraph. It says there's obviously something he likes about her. I'll reserve judgment until she gets to work. I try to be optimistic, so I'm hoping they made Twitter even better together, Starbuck concluded. Huh. Oh boy. The WEF is not our friend. This is a very concerning appointment, asserted Fred Fairbase from the English music band. Right, said Fred. See, there are people speaking now. I'm not going to read everybody's comments, but this is bad, folks. This is real bad. If you're concerned about free speech, you should be concerned about this move. Do you think they were suspending accounts, banning accounts before? Well, this move just shows that they'll do it even more, but maybe even worse.
Well, the one thing I'm really hoping for is Elon's not gone. He's still there, and he's still the big. Even if he doesn't have those three magic letters, CEO, he's still kind of the boss.
Yeah, he is.
And if she f's up, he can get rid of her in a heartbeat.
He could, but how deep in Elon's pockets is the World Economic Forum?
That's the next question, because who's got the electric cars? Elon does. Who's shooting stuff into space? Elon is. Now, the thing is like the current administration doesn't like him. They've snubbed him left and right, even though he's supposed to be this big electric car guy. But for some reason, this administration doesn't like him and have done everything to shun him. So it's kind of hard. If he's trying to play ball and they're doing that, I cannot see Elon wanting to play ball too much. I don't know.
I would have said that, maybe a year ago when this whole Twitter sale was going on. But now we don't know who his bed partners are as far as other world leaders, other world influencers.
Right. And what do they have over him?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is going to get dark. This is going to get creepy here, folks. So if you're sensitive, I'll give you the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's a reason why we haven't seen the list from the list that good old Maxell and Epstein had. Mm-hmm. Remember they had that big trial, and we cannot release the names of the people that's on there. Why? That's just as important.
Because they're hiding who's on that list. They don't want us to know who's on that list.
And I don't mean to be mean. I don't mean to be cruel, but was there a certain individual here that we've been talking about that might have taken at least one trip there, and now they're holding it over him?
Oh, good possibility. Now, we don't have any evidence ourselves, but it's speculation. This is speculation.
Right. I mean, especially when you're dealing with the World Health Organization, you know that good old Klaus is up to his eyebrows with the Epstein thing. He knows what's up there.
Oh, yeah. He knows everything that happened.
Right. I mean, you really want to have a true James Bond villain. I was joking about it before, but only half joking. It is him.
Mhm.
Now, when you watch those James Bond movies where you have the megalomaniac who's trying to take over the world by his organization, that's him.
Yeah.
This man is evil.
You know what? I want to hear other people's thoughts on this. So,
Yeah.
if you want me to send you an invite, hit 1 so we can talk about this. If you don't want an invite, hit 2.
If you want it in Spanish, press 3. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
But this is specifically if you want to talk about this particular topic.
Right. This is a dangerous thing because now the libertarian part, small L, not big L, goes the fact that this is a private organization. It can do what it wants, but now you're starting to get into a little sticky thing. What competition is there? And if all the others out there are doing the same type of suppressing, now you're starting to get into you're almost getting into antitrust areas, especially which is one of the reasons why you have antitrust, because it's only forcing one point of view.
Mm-hmm.
And
you need other points of view. You can't just have it one-sided all the time.
Right. I enjoy hearing good conversations on all points.
Mm-hmm.
Especially some. I mean, if it gets lively, that's even more fun as long as there's no harm done in it.
As long as it doesn't get personal, and as long as people don't do it to be mean-spirited. Let's have a lively discussion. Or afterwards, you see everybody's points of view. You've heard everybody's points of view, and it's up to you whether you can accept it or you don't accept it. So Jet Sparks is saying 2. I haven't seen 1s yet, but as soon as I see a 1, I will send you the invite.
What about 3s?
No, nobody's asked for it to be translated in Spanish yet, and I'm not one to translate it. And of course.
I couldn't resist.
I know. It's too easy, but any thoughts that you might have on this, Baron? Please feel free to express them.
Well, I am because I did call her up on the phone here next to me, and I'm just kind of looking at this. Elon names her, of course, the big. Oh, come on, you stupid phone. Let me get back to it because my phone does strange things to me. It doesn't like me. So of course you have all the sycophants out there with their reporting, the alphabets and such. But she was in charge of NBC Universal, wasn't she? Ad executive there.
Yes.
Of course, since she interviewed Elon, which is kind of odd, she interviews Elon and then she gets a job.
Yeah, that is strange.
Mm-hmm. She, of course, she's on the World Economic Forum. She's kind of been known for silencing people. You can't put a silencer on a free speech organization. You're going to brag that we have a free speech. Now, of course, they want to. She's talking about the World Health Organization, which she's part of, about social justice. Well, what's social justice, folks? Because each country has different laws and viewpoints on how things go.
Mm-hmm.
Like the age of consent in some countries is really low, and it would not be the age of consent here. You could get in trouble, right?
Yep.
What are you going to do about that? What's the social justice? You're going to go into a country that has for generations done that. Now tell them that they have to change it. It's like, well, you're not part of our country. We don't care. Or they come to us saying that's not fair. You have to lower yours.
Well, that doesn't seem fair because you go to other countries, you have to respect the rules and customs of that country.
Right.
You can't dictate to another country, well, this is how we do it in our country. You're not in your country. You're in that particular country with their set of rules and
Right.
guidelines.
Correct. It's like, don't be the ugly American. It's kind of funny. I was listening to some British radio comedy on my on the app, of course, and they start playing some vintage ads as well. One of the vintage ads from Britain was, when you go to their country, respect your laws, and it had to do with the fact that they're talking about how a guy went, I can't remember what country, got busted for having a little bit of drugs on him. He was already in jail for a year waiting up to the trial. Then he gets sentenced for 4 years. And they sit back and say, remember, countries like Malaysia and Thailand, if you do that, you're dead. They'll kill you.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be in Turkey, folks. You'll wish you were killed. Honestly. So what are you going to do about that? How are you going to have social reform when the social norms are different from one nation to another? Even between us and Canada. Canada is not America Junior. Canada is the Dominion of Canada. They're Canada. They do things. They eat horse up there, folks.
Yes.
Oh my God. What are we going to do about that? Down here in America, I've eaten horse. It's kind of sweet. But what are you going to do? We made laws down here that we can't have horse and this and that. Meanwhile, I'm watching a show up that they have in Canada where they're talking about making horse tartar, which anything tartar I think is, yeah. But I need my meat cooked.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about that? Look at the situations in India, which, by the way, India and China are the ones that are causing the quote-unquote climate change that they're saying exists. But take a look at the pollution level of those countries is astronomical. And then they step back and say, well, you Americans are the fault. When it's like, we've done over the last 30, 40 years yeoman's work on cleaning stuff up and taking a little bit of pride in things. Doing better fuel emissions, doing better gas mileage on vehicles. There's gas guzzlers out there, of course. I mean, you have a farmer with the big 4x4 pickup truck going out there. There's obviously a need if you're a farmer or something like that. But some people just like it, like to have it.
Some people like having a larger vehicle.
Right? Should they be denied? No. But the thing is what counters that? There's a lot of people that drive around in cars that have great fuel economy. And so, I mean, it balances out. And when it comes right down to it, the United States has done a great job. And even Canada, too. I'm going to include them in there. Our North American countries here. South of the border, I can't really sit back and say. I know that Mexico City is pretty polluted. But when you take a look at Beijing and other areas in China, they make London fog look like nothing. You can't go out without. So what are you going to do with that World Economic Forum? How are you going to have this social justice? So you have this woman who's already saying about social justice. Right there, those are buzzword flags. Who in social justice has really done anything to help us? Nobody.
I can't think of one person who is a social justice warrior that has done anything to benefit the whole.
Right. Themselves, yes, but not the whole. So, the justice warriors, social justice warriors are this. The rules are for thee, not for me.
It's been that way since they've been gaining more prevalence, more attention.
So now we got somebody who is sympathetic to that area. Twitter did get better, has gotten better. I mean, obviously, it's a big organization. You do have little pissants in there that do have a little bit of power that can do things. But, wherever you go, you're going to find that. But, I mean, Twitter has been improving. It has been. But, there have been problems. But any improvement now, kiss goodbye. I mean, I wouldn't have done if we get kicked off of it just for doing what we're doing, Mike. And one sentence from Cash Money, that's it. He's gone.
Heck, even on YouTube, they don't hesitate to get rid of channels they don't like. Yeah, I said it.
We can take every human being on this planet and put them in Texas. Every person on this face of the earth. And you can fit them all in the state of Texas. Imagine that now. If you can do that, and then you take a look at the size of the world, we have tons of farmland. What are we going to do about farmland? They want us to have farm, right? So how are you going to get the farming done? Well, you got to have fertilizers down there. What's one of the sources of fertilizer? Cow shit, pig shit,
Yep.
right? Well, excuse me, isn't that the stuff that's destroying the quote unquote environment?
That's what they keep saying as far as their narrative is concerned.
Correct. And as it goes, so Russia can feed the world 3 times over. They have little problems, though, besides Putin, of course. But you have, of course, the Russian mobs. Those were the things that were really hurting former Soviet Union, Russia, after the fall. And why, getting food out there was hard. You have all these lands that they were farming, but they couldn't get stuff to the table.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have news for you. This is going to be, okay, sensitive people, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Remember back with USA for Africa and all this stuff where we have to send all this stuff over to Africa for all these starving people. And yes, I do feel sorry. I do feel sorry for the people. You know what the problem was? You had tribes that were taking over power, and then they don't like each other. They don't like each other. So one tribe gets into power, so what do? They try to exterminate the other one by sending them out, having them starve. And those are the people that we're seeing in those commercials. So we send all this food and money over. So what happens? The food is either rotting on the docks, not getting out to the people, or being sent to the people that are, in the proper group. And the money's being used for military parades and other frivolous things and doesn't get out to the people. While we sit back virtual signaling, hey, look what I did. I took care of Ahmed over there, and he's going to have a good life now. But he finally succumbs to starvation and various other stuff because the stuff that we sent there didn't get there because of basically ethnic cleansing.
It's even happened after hurricanes where relief supplies have been sent down, but it's the people in charge who get those relief supplies while everyone else suffers because the people in charge could give a shit about the rest of the people.
Are they using it for political? They go out there and they dare say, we didn't get anything.
And yes, I am passionate about this because I don't think anybody should suffer. I don't care who you are. I don't care what party you're from. Nobody should suffer. Nobody should starve. Nobody should be without a roof over their head. Heat in the wintertime. Air conditioning in the summertime.
Well, yeah. Exactly. I mean, if you believe in the principles of Star Trek, like we do, that's where it is. This lady, this Linda, and her Klaus, James Bond villain, they don't give a shit about anybody except themselves.
Mm-hmm. They may claim to give a shit about people, but guess what? They don't.
Mm-hmm.
You can't rely on big organizations. You can't rely on governments. You got to rely on yourselves and the people around you.
Right. And when people want to sit back and slam America, especially quote unquote flyover country, the one thing they don't, even Penn Jillette, great atheist that he is, even expounded upon this. When there's something that goes bad in the world and they start asking for money, whether it's hurricane down in the Caribbean or whatever disaster there might be, an earthquake in Guatemala, they find that the greatest donations come from the heartland. Average people. People who are middle class, maybe lower middle class, maybe higher middle class. People who are even struggling. They'll sit back and go, we won't go to a movie this week. We're going to send some aid down to Guatemala for what they had happened down there. Meanwhile, when you have on the other coast, all the rich fat asses who are going out there and virtual signaling don't do a goddamn thing. And one of the greatest sources of what goes out there are people who are part of religious organizations. Being as Christian, Jewish, Islamic, in fact, is one of the tenets of Islam. I believe it's one of the pillars that you have to go out there and be charitable.
Yeah.
And so it's these people that are doing it. Meanwhile, Klaus, and I'm sure this Linda, and I'm sure Jar Jar Abrams and KK and Bob Iger and Chapek, these guys don't give a shit. They figure, oh, the government can do it. As they sit back in their lavish estates, you know, being serviced upon.
Yep. And I do want to say thank you to the Padawannabe for stopping by. I know this particular conversation might make some people uncomfortable. I understand. But like I said in the very beginning of the stream, this needs to be talked about. It can't be ignored.
No. Because this is part of pop culture. Are you happy with the way Star Wars is going? Are you happy with the way Star Trek is going? Are you happy how Doctor Who's going? Are you happy how these books are coming out? Are you happy that they're putting all these messages in that have nothing to do with the story, other than to have props and have the check marks? This is all connected, folks. This is all connected. I don't mean to sound like what's his name? Who's that big chubby guy that goes out there with all the conspiracy? The frogs, they're turning the frogs homosexual and stuff like that. I mean,
Michael Moore?
No, not Michael Moore. He's on the other side of being nuts. Jones? No. Is it Alex Jones? Alex Jones. You know, I'm not trying to be an Alex Jones. I'm not trying to be any of these conspiracy theorists. Either side of the aisle, mind you, or either side of thought, because you can find it. But the thing is unfortunately, there is a paper trail here. You have their words. You have their desires and goals. They're just not being reported as much, because if they started reporting fully what these people wanted to do, you'd get really scared. And now you have a woman who's involved in all this, who is going to be the CEO of Twitter. What if we do have a problem? What if you do have a problem with something that Star Trek did and you voiced it on there, and all of a sudden you found yourself struck because it didn't go to the basic tenets of community standards?
Jace, get ready to check your Twitter DMs, brother.
Oh, no.
I want to hear his thoughts on this.
I do too, because he is an outsider. No offense, but he's Norwegian. They have their own issues over there.
All right. So you should see the invite in your DM right now, Jace.
Oh, I just want to let people know I would never call Michael Moore chubby. I'd call him Beast Blob there.
That fits.
Mm-hmm. Be scared, people. Be scared. Honestly, if you really love this stuff, because this is part of pulp culture, be scared. Honestly. Jefferson said it right. Be ever vigilant. Well, we're too wrapped up and bred in circuses. Look how people are slavish to sports out there. No offense, Mike. But you're not. But I'm talking about people who are absolutely slavish. Every word out of their breath is, the religion of their sports team. Going out there in, below zero weather, shirtless, with the team colors on as they're out. And then they turn around and call us weird, by the way. But you have your bread and circuses that way. You have your bread and circuses this way. Why do you think Star Wars and Star Trek has degenerated down the way it is? To make it the pablum of slop for people to just be and slavishly follow.
And Tommy's got it right here. Rules to live by from the collective. Never trust a suit. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And there's no probably about that. It is.
I mean, you mentioned the fact that some people wear their sports team's jersey. I do it when I go to a baseball game. I don't care if I'm not at a Cub game. I'll still have something representing the Cubs.
Right. Just like I'll wear a T-shirt that has something to do with science fiction fantasy.
Mhm.
Which, is, I wouldn't call that being slavish, but I mean, when you have people that basically their life revolves around it, and look at football season, folks. Really, honestly, look at American football. It is because we
Hello,
have Chase
hello.
here. We have Chase here. I don't want to confuse with European football.
The real football.
Yeah, the real football. Yeah,
Yeah,
not the
football,
rugby
So
soccer,
knockoff.
and all that. Yeah.
so Jace, I'm sure you've been keeping up with this news about
A little
Elon
bit,
appointing the
yeah.
new Twitter CEO, and
It's interesting. It's a
yeah.
really interesting choice of all people in the world he could choose. She was the one to choose. So
Mhm.
many other people he could have chosen because, if he really cares about free speech, why do you have her, who is more of. She is not like us or him when it
Mm-mm.
comes to this stuff.
No,
No, not at all.
no. When somebody has a track record like she and so many others do, why do you appoint her? Because you want to be able to control what people say on your platform.
Hmm.
Yep. And even though he still claims that he's all for free speech and all that kind of stuff, well, we don't know what's going to happen with Twitter right now. I
Mm.
will say Twitter didn't change that much after he bought it. Some stuff changed, but not that much. And I've been on Twitter for many years, and there is not much difference on certain stuff. People still got taken down for saying open opinions. It has happened
Hmm.
still, even boot the
People that we
YouTubers.
know here on YouTube have had their
Yep,
accounts suspended just because they don't agree with somebody
so
and
did
they give
I.
their take. And
Hmm.
I had like what was it? A whole day. I was like taken down in Twitter jail just because I defended a child, a friend of mine actually's child, because someone attacked his kid
Mhm.
online, and I got really pissed off. And of course, I tweeted about it and tried to like protect and defend.
Hmm.
And the first thing that happened after was, oh, Twitter's gonna put you. We are taking you on Twitter jail for a long time. So you can't use it or anything. You can just watch people do stuff, but you can't talk to anyone. You can't do anything. And this was under Musk also.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could share out somebody's stream, and because they don't like the title of the stream, they'll limit the reach of that particular tweet. So they limit the reach of that stream getting to other people. I had it happen to me the other day. It's like, what the fuck?
Really?
There's nothing derogatory being said here. It's the title of the stream. Get a fucking life.
Hmm.
Yeah, it is the same thing that I have noticed that certain people did get attacked by Disney because they had made a fourth in their title.
Hmm.
That was kind of weird. It's like, dude, you don't own the fucking name either, man. You don't
Hmm.
own the name. It's people if
What's
they
the
want
date? It's May the 4th.
Hmm.
yeah. Have you seen it? No, so it is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
No, so what he is thinking, I have no clue. I know that he's a smart guy, but how smart he really is, I don't know. Well, he's smart, but he wasn't that smart when he was with Amber Turd.
Hmm.
So he is smart to a limit. But no, I'm afraid that after he promoted, got her on the team, probably will maybe be more censorship. Will probably go more back to what it used to be. I don't know, man.
Hmm.
It's so many things that can happen, and her track record is not the best, to say
No.
it nicely.
And I just want to sit back and say, for anybody who sit back and saying that we're just pouting on her because she's probably on one political party spectrum side, people have to remember she was appointed by the former President Trump on the President's Council of Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition. So 2018. So he appointed her to something. Now, of course, needless to say, she went over to Biden for the COOF campaign that featured Pope Francis and the work task, and of course, she chaired the Future of Work Task Force for World Economic Forum. What the hell does that mean? More slave labor?
Yeah, right.
That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it's always sounded like to me.
So if anybody's sitting back saying we're taking one political party side in this, no, we're not. We'll put other people's feet to the fire, and a little bit of a promise started with under a former president.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, and if anyone wants to say, well, you're a right-wing conservative, no, I'm an independent. I look at both sides, and I try to make a judgment of what both sides are trying to tell me,
Mm-hmm.
and then go from there. And if you want my honest opinion, I think both parties suck.
And
I really do. I really do.
And I'll sit back and say I'm conservative. I'm not the R. I'm not part of the elephant pachyderm team. I'm not part of the mule team either. But the one thing I have to sit back and say I appreciate about my conservatism is I sit back and think about things.
When it comes to me, it's that yes, I am Norwegian, but the way I am, I'm on neither side. I'm a Trump guy. That's what I have to say. I'm a Trump guy. I'm not conservative. I'm not any left or anything. I'm neither side. I'm a Trump guy. I have my own views, my own thoughts, and I've liked Trump for so many years. So that's why I think he's the king, basically, to be the president.
There's nothing wrong with that, because you want to know something, Jace? I don't care if you're a Trump guy. I don't even care if you're a Biden guy. I don't care which party you align yourself with in any country. If you want to come on and you have a point of view that you want to express, you're more than welcome to come on. I'm not going to kick you out because I disagree with your opinion. No.
What I do is that I go after what I think is right. I go for my gut feeling and what they're saying, and that's why I like Trump, because I agree with so much that he says. I don't agree with everything. When he attacked gamers at one point, and when it came to the vaccine stuff, I'm not going to go into that, of course, but with certain stuff like that, I did not agree with. But a lot of other stuff I agree with him on, and the same thing with the political party in Norway is that the reason I vote for the people I vote for is like, yeah, I'm not on their side in that kind of sense, but I am on of what your guys are saying. I support a lot of the things that you're saying, and that's why I want to vote for you and want you to run the country, because you actually want to do something.
Right. I mean, the thing is you go for somebody, and hopefully you're just not going, I'm just going to flip the switch because this person's got a certain letter after their name. No. And that's, like I said, being an independent conservative for myself is great because you can analyze. The first vote I ever had was for the DFL party, which is the Democratic Party here in Minnesota, because I thought the guy who was the Republican was a scumbag, and he was. Unfortunately, we had 2 years of him. I voted Libertarian. I voted Republican. I voted Independent. I've been all over the place because it's like I'm going to go for a person, not a party. And of course, now that we are here, we have with Jace joining us. We have officially become Midnight's Edge from Wish. I just want to sit back and do this and say to Jace that his real political leanings are every spring he gets his desire to cross the waters and try to take over York again, and and get the Danelaw going in England. That's this.
Yeah, but I really wonder what more, because I haven't read this article yet, so I don't know what more. Has he said anything more about her, or other than the stuff that he's tweeted?
No.
Just the fact that she's going to be starting her new position in 6 weeks.
Okay. Yep. So we have 6 weeks to see what's going to happen.
What's the name of the movie?
What do you guys think? Like, what is your thoughts? Like, what do you think is going to happen with Twitter? Like, honest
I think
opinions.
it's going to go back to being the shithole that it was before he purchased it.
I think it's going to get worse. I think it's going to get worse. And now it's going to be the big thing is, what does he do about it?
Yeah. Because he bought it, but I have a feeling that he really don't care about it as much as he pretends to do. He only cares about, buying stuff, being rich. That's the kind of a guy he is. We all know that.
Mm-hmm.
He's a pretty boy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was a poor boy from Africa, went up to Canada, and then came down here and got money. So, I mean, he's a very successful African American.
Yes, really. You love Norway, Jason. No, I don't, and you know I don't.
Well, I mean, there's loving Norway and then there's loving Norway. It's like you know, you can love the country,
I love
not like the
it.
government. You know.
It's like I say, it's a lot of things to love in Norway. It's a lot of things, but the main problem is the people that runs it, the
Mhm.
politics,
Right.
and the what was I gonna say? Psychiatrist, medical
Yeah.
help, and it's so many things that is just broken as fuck in Norway
Hmm.
that need to get
Mm-hmm.
fixed. It's the same thing that a lot of old people that are in homes, they don't get the right treatment.
Hmm.
People really don't care much about them.
Hmm.
And I have family members who works, at the hospitals and everything there too. Of course, I'm not going to dox them, but I have my fair information about what goes on there, and this is something that a lot of Norwegians are complaining about. Um, so that's a big problem here. So the FRP, the party I vote for, they also tried. They also, when they did promises, they didn't win, of course, unfortunately, because they are looked as conservatives now,
Mm-hmm.
and people don't like that here, apparently. And the people that likes it, they are really quiet about it. I think they should speak up. There are a few of us, but there's many that doesn't speak up. But as FRP said, they want to, help the old people in the homes to get better treatment, get the treatment they deserve, so they can live a better life there and live longer if that's the case, and everything. So it's just so much that FRP wants to fix, and I'm like, that's why I vote for them. I want them to fix this. I don't want the person like Linda here or anyone else who is on that side to fuck it all up and censor. And it's a lot of the things that I talk about. You don't hear it on the news normally. You only hear about the certain stuff. It's like even the police in Norway is really bad. If we think about what happened with that trans person, the police did a good job. They went in, they did what they were supposed to do, right?
Right.
In Norway, there was a guy. It was a guy outside in Drammen in Norway, and he
Oh,
was walking around. He was walking around with a knife, right? And police have tasers, right? The
yeah.
gun tasers.
Mm-hmm.
Those. Yeah, they didn't even use them. Want to know what they did?
Mm.
They took
What
a
did they
car
do?
and drove over him.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, they were pussies. They were like, "Oh fuck it, we're just gonna drive over him," basically.
Oh God.
Welcome to Norway. It's just like,
Oh
dude,
boy.
he has a knife. You have a taser gun. You can take him down easy and take him to jail, not
Mm-hmm.
harm the guy to death by driving over him.
You
No.
brought a knife to a car fight.
No, so there are a lot of problems like that, and it has to be fixed. It
Hmm.
really has to. It's you guys have probably heard about what happened in 2011 with Utøya, that one guy who killed a lot of kids and everything on an
Hmm.
island. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
the first thing they do is that they used many hours before they came over there. I don't know what the hell they were doing. They were probably jerking off or eating donuts or something.
Yeah.
Something they have to do.
I thought it was Danish.
Mhm. And took a long time finally get there, and suddenly they start to claim that the boat they were gonna use didn't work. Kind of weird. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, that's okay. And then they had to borrow boats, and it was like a lot of weird shit. But the fun thing is that all the news anchors, news people, they had helicopters over there. They were filming. So it's like, Norway, why don't you just send in the military or someone, and they can do a sniper jump down from the helicopter if that's the fucking case.
Mm-hmm.
This guy was killing while the news people were filming and all that. Why don't you guys do better?
Hmm.
And when they finally get there, they don't even shoot him. We're not gonna shoot him. We are just gonna let him go down. We're not gonna do anything.
Hmm.
And they just take him, and he refused to talk basically until he got pizza and cola and stuff in court, and not in court, but in when they were gonna have the talk with him.
Hmm.
He was like, I will talk when I get a pizza and cola and all that. I'm like, oh, come on. It's Norway. Come on. Shape up. You're treating a person like that with pizza and cola and everything.
Yeah. Give him lutefisk. Teach him his lesson.
Oh God, I don't know what that is bad, Mike. If you know what lutefisk is, never open a box with lutefisk.
I I have a friend, and his parents are originally from Norway, and they would tell us when we were growing up. And it's like lutefisk, huh? Yeah, I'll make sure I never get anywhere near it.
Yeah, a friend of mine back in the day, he opened one in his car.
Oh God!
Oh
He could
no!
he could never get
Oh
he
god!
could never get the smell out of his car.
No, no,
He
you
legit
can't.
he got nope. He had to buy a new car.
Well, it was kind of funny over here in Minnesota, don't you know? It's the Norwegians here treat it like the food of the gods. Like Christmas time comes around, you have lutefisk and meatballs, and
Swedish
of
people
course,
loves it.
Hmm?
Swedish people love
Well,
lutefisk.
yeah, but that's the sweet to me, for crying out loud. But I mean, here that's like they treat it like the food of gods. Like, no, this was peasant food. It was a peasant form of trying to preserve your fish. It's like, no, no, no.
Yeah, I have opened lutefisk with someone in once in my life and never again. The clothes I was wearing, I threw it away. I
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
I will say it took a long time before getting the smell off my body. I still smelled it, on my skin, like my hands and shit's like, nope.
Yeah,
Don't do it, Mike. If you ever have friends that has something like that, just walk away, pretend like nothing, just don't care about it.
Yeah, you know, guys, have fun. I'm out.
Mhm.
It's kind of funny. My great grandparents, my grandmother was 100% Norwegian, and we had three stories. She was either born in Norway and came over as a little baby, she was born in the boat, or she was born just after they got to the United States. We don't know the honest story, but 100% Norwegian. My great grandfather was Prussian, 100% German, and
Yep.
he loved lutefisk. Every Christmas, he dragged my poor great grandmother around from place to place that would have lutefisk, and that was a thing. He loved it. So I mean, even the Germans.
Oh yeah, I was talking about surströmming. I mixed lutefisk and surströmming together. Both shit. Both shit.
And real
Um,
quick, I do want to say hello to Low Specs Linux Laptop. Good to see you, Low Spec.
Hail to the penguins!
no, but with this with Musk, I almost called him Monk. But Twitter might just go back to the old regime basically and wokery that we used to be on Twitter. Even though there's still a lot of woke stuff there, but it's probably just gonna go back to the all the days, as you can call it.
Well, I love your
Mhm.
optimism. I love your optimism. I don't think that at all. Usually in situations like this, when the powers that had lost it and they're able to get back, they come back in full force and then some. So I think it's going to get worse.
Yeah, because it's gonna be worse. Okay, I can agree with that.
Right, because you're going to have
They're
the
gonna go back to the old days, just worse.
right. I mean, they're going to be frothing at the mouth and figuring we're back in charge. We're going to punish everybody, and we're going to make sure we are solidified in here.
Mm-hmm.
But the fun
And
thing too is that Musk wanted to fix Twitter, yada yada. It's
yeah,
still people like us, get like banned or blocked or whatever they're doing just because of an opinion or posting something. But porn is still allowed.
yeah,
Hardcore
Yep.
porn is still allowed, and they haven't fixed that because certain times certain videos can pop up,
yeah,
not porn but
Mm-hmm.
worse videos about we have seen this with people take their own lives on videos
yeah.
and other stuff like that will still pop up there. I have seen it multiple times while Musk was under it and the videos didn't get taken down.
Oh wow. Usually, there's
So
a lot of people are fast to take that stuff down, but oh well.
there's many people on Twitter, so
Yeah. How many
and
million?
yeah, and I know that it's the whole debate with that. Oh, TikTok is worse than Twitter with those videos. No, I have been on TikTok for years before the name was even TikTok.
Hmm.
It is the same amount on both sides, even Facebook. All of
Oh,
that
yeah.
is the same amount with all those videos and all that stupidity.
Well, I call Facebook fake book because everyone's fake on there. I mean, they go out there and either they're trying to put a stronger, positive look on how they are. We're the perfect family type of thing, and it's like they're not. Or they go out there with the filters and stuff like that and try to pass themselves off as anybody but themselves, or just use it so they can just bitch, whine, and more. It's kind of like we're doing right now.
Yeah, that is a lot of Twitter. That is a lot of Twitter. They go
Facebook
on there
too.
to complain and post shit. That's
Yeah.
all they do.
Right.
For me, when I got Twitter, I never cared about dramas or anything like that. What I use it for is friends, work. That's the things I normally care about when it comes to Twitter. But unfortunately, we have a lot of these people that is gonna fight you and is gonna like trash or whatever. Lately I have been getting attacked too because I just said something about, I miss the good old days about comic books when woke stuff wasn't forced into it.
Right.
Yes, there has been certain moments. I'm really clear over there. There's been certain moments where characters have been changed just for stupid purposes in the old times too. But that's like a lot of the comics I didn't care about because okay, they're just doing that. I'm not gonna bother. But a lot of the comics back in that time was really good writers. For fuck's sake, we had Chuck Dixon, Mike Barron, two of the great ones, two good friends of mine.
You're friends with him?
Oh yeah,
you lucky bastard.
Hey man,
nice.
We are gonna get Chuck Dixon and Mike Barron back on the channel.
Oh god, Barron's great. He did a lot.
Oh, I know. Me and him, we did talk about it one time that since I want to make movies at some point, right, with my company. And we joked about kind of, it'll be fun to make a Badger movie. The Badger. His comic. And
oh, God, it's a long time since I heard that one.
I love the Badger. I grew up with the Badger. My dad used to be a big fan of Mike Barron. He still is. So, if we ever get that chance to make a movie of the Badger, I want him to be there to join to make the script.
Pop culture question here, Jace. Is the Phantom still popular in Norway? I know he used to be very popular for a long time.
It was really popular. It's still popular for me and my dad. They used to have like this cool Phantom Club in Norway where you can like subscribe to it and you will get like little figures and rings and all the new comics. And you could decide if you wanted them in English or Norwegian. They don't have that anymore. I don't think it is popular like that anymore. Because I haven't not heard anything about Phantom other than me and my dad and some other geeks that I know.
Yeah, because if I remember right, he became popular because he was basically fighting the little Austrian corporal, and of course, Norway being under the thumb of a guy's last name starts with a Q. It kind of became a little bit of a folk hero during the resistance. True resistance.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's not that popular anymore. In the old times when I was young, I think they stopped selling a lot of Phantom in the stores when I was maybe 17 or 18, maybe when they started stopping doing that. It's certain places in Norway I have seen they still do sell Norwegian copies in stores, but it's not much, man. It's mostly. They don't even sell the fun thing. They don't even sell kids stuff of Star Wars anymore either. There's like most of it. Everything is gone in Norway. Norway sucks there. But Phantom is really cool, man. And I remember me and my dad. We came in. This is when I was visiting my dad after my dad had a heart attack. So I was there. I moved back a little bit. Also at some point to take care of him. This was a really fun time because me and my dad, we were talking about Phantom and comic stuff, and he thought he knew so much about Phantom, and he thought that one of the kids that one of the Phantoms had, when he had two kids, one girl and one boy, and my dad always thought that she became the female Phantom, and I'm like, no. If you go through the story, that's another character. That's another character. And he's like, no, this is what I remember. I'm like, no. It's not. I've read the fucking comics, Dad, and I know you have, but you're old as fuck. You're starting to lose the grip of it. So he didn't believe me. So I'm just like, you know what? If you don't fucking believe me, I'm going to go online now on my phone, and we are going to go through the list of the stories. So I spent like 4 hours talking about the story and going through the characters, and my dad is just like, I fucking hate you. You don't let me have anything. You do not let me have anything. You don't let me have Star Wars. You don't let me have Marvel or DC or even Phantom, one of my favorite childhood heroes. I'm like, I'm sorry. You made me this way.
Yeah,
You made me a damn geek, man.
and that was what's great about the Phantom is something that changed. Obviously it's been going on for generations and generations. I'm talking about in world, so different people became the Phantom, and they had one time
Yeah.
a woman, and it was natural, it wasn't forced.
Yeah,
It
and
was
also that a lot of them used to be in a family also,
mhm,
generations of family. So
yeah,
it was always a new Phantom, and a lot of the boys had the same name as the former guy, because that's
hmm
how it went. They have the same name. Yeah, they normally call their kid the same. It was like, a legend. That's why he can never die. Phantom can
hmm
never die. He
yep,
is a legend. He is the Phantom, the legend, and he's like a ghost that
hmm
just wanders. And that's what's so great about Phantom,
hmm
because it's always a new person that takes over the mantle, and they are normally they are normally in family, generations of them generations. That's
hmm
why you have, like, when they get buried, they have like the whole place there where they bury their dead ones,
hmm
and then you have a lot of the generations after each other, and
hmm
it's just so amazing how they did the whole story. I'm
yeah,
afraid at one point they're gonna try to do movies again, or
yeah,
TV shows about Phantom and race swap and fuck it up and stuff like
hmm
that. Because I don't want that. Phantom is one of the coolest heroes from my childhood. I used to have those rings on me all the time.
yeah.
It made me feel cool.
Well, in some ways, it's almost a perfect form of mythology, folklore storytelling. The Phantom.
Hmm.
I think people sometimes say, "Well, yeah, you're Europeans. You don't have anything generational." Phantom.
Yep. And what's also great about it is, like, if I ever came into the writer's seat, and talked with the people who is in charge of Phantom and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, I have this cool idea about a new character, new Phantom, right? New generation of Phantom, right?
Hmm
And
Mhm.
if I make a good story, it's like there's so many stories you can tell, new IDs that it doesn't need to connect with the old ones, because
No.
it's a new generation, a new character with the same name that continues, yada yada. It's just like that. That's what's so amazing about it.
hmm
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. And it's sad that Americans haven't grabbed onto the Phantom like they should. They should. I mean, I know it's no King's features, and I'm trying to remember who actually has the rights to him now in the states. If it was DC or Marvel, I can't remember. But
I could try to find out that information.
yeah.
I do that. Um, but no, it's like so much stuff you can do there. And what I'm always about this when it comes to writing. If I'm gonna work with Mike Barron on the Badger live action movie that I want to do at some point, I'm gonna respect his work. I'm
hmm
not gonna change just for changing purposes or get
Right.
any points. I want to make a story that is really close to the source material. um if we are making like a new character who's basically taking over the mantle of the Badger, if that's the case,
hmm
well, I'm gonna respect the old Badger who came before and make a good story to respect the old lore. And if I'm gonna make a story about the real Badger, I'm not gonna change it into a woman. I'm not gonna change it to this or this or this. I'm gonna respect the source material. Yes, of course, it's gonna be small changes here and there, because you have to do that with movies or TV shows to make it
Right.
interesting for the viewers. But you have to respect the source material that came before, because it's not my universe. I'm not the creator of this universe.
hmm
It's not my final say how the man who Mike Barron owns it. He has the final say to, this is my character. I wrote him this way, and I really want him to stick this way. Well, that's something I will respect. That's
hmm
something I will do. Dynamite Entertainment are the ones who owns him since
Okay.
2010. Looks like.
hmm I think DC at one time released some comics with him back in the late '80s. But okay, so now it's Dynamite. Okay.
Yeah.
I know Avon did it. Moonstone have done it.
hmm
So it has gone through different publishers and owners with that kind of stuff, but it's still fun. It's still really fun.
hmm
It's like I remember back in the day watching Phantom 2040, 2040,
Mhm.
Phantom in the Future. And then we had Defenders of the Earth, the
Yep.
TV show with Phantom and all of them.
Flash Gordon,
Yeah,
Mandrake the Magician, and I can't remember
yep.
who the other one was.
There's so many. There was a big team. I don't
Yeah.
remember everyone in the team.
There was that was
Uh,
like the four of them and their
Luthor,
kids.
Dynic X, I remember, was there. LJ was a character.
Mhm.
Rick, yeah, Rick Gordon, Flash Gordon. So we had like a big, good group of characters, and
Mhm.
it was a good show back in the day,
Yeah, it was.
So no,
Yeah, basically grabbing all those King Features heroes and putting them together in a
yeah.
show to kick butt. And of
How
course, it
fun
was
would it be to have like a good real action of that with good
oh
storytelling?
god, who would you get to play
They did
Ming?
wonderful.
It would be great. I mean, we lost the perfect Ming. That was Max von Sydow. Who would you replace Ming with today? It'd be kind
Oh,
of,
that's a good question.
mhm.
Jennifer Lawrence, of course. uh,
But yeah, you said it's important there, and it's just like when HBO did the Watchmen TV series that was just absolutely horse shit. And the
oh
people that
yeah,
were doing the
yeah.
series were intentionally going out there and mocking Alan Moore and saying, "We're not, this is ours now. You're not in charge of it. We're going to do it." And it doesn't matter what you think of Alan Moore. He's a kook. He's a nut. But still, be
Alex
respectful
Morris.
of what he made.
He has certain views on superheroes, and
Yeah, that I don't agree with. Yeah, I mean, he does not
yeah.
believe in heroes. He does
No,
not believe in heroes.
he is one of the writers who call superheroes fascists.
Yeah, hmm
But
yeah,
no, before getting this, I just want to say, like with Watchmen, the things that I love Watchmen, the
hmm
comic,
yeah,
I own it, I love it, and I love the old movie,
hmm
with Zack Snyder. I thought that was a really great movie, even though it had different
Yeah,
releases,
I
extended
have it.
releases. Yeah, I used to have all of them, but I just picked the one I felt was the best one.
hmm
Because I didn't need all the animated stuff in it. I felt that
Oh,
was so out of place.
hmm
But no, with the series, they took Watchmen to a whole other level than what it should be.
hmm
Uh, they went a really woke
oh
route
God,
on it. And what they also did, with Roshatch is, making his cult of people
hmm
hillbilly racists.
yeah,
And I'm just like, what is this? Just like I was first excited for the TV show. It's like, oh,
hmm
that's gonna be interesting.
right.
The trailer came out. I'm like, oh, that looks concerning. And then I saw the first episode coming out, and I'm like, what is this? What is this supposed to be?
Yeah, and I
I
believe
did not recognize what this is.
the name of that first episode was a slap at Alan Moore. So,
Yep.
and again, I'm not a big. Basically, I think that his two greatest works, Alan Moore, was The Watchmen, and the other one was The Killing Joke. Other than
Yep.
that, and some of the work that he did with in 2000 AD, with Judge Dredd and some of the other stuff he did was pretty good in there. Halo Jones, but when it comes right down to it, I'm not a huge Alan Moore fan, but there are things I like from him, and will
Yep.
defend on it. One of which is The Watchmen, and it should not have been desecrated as it was.
Yep. No, I understand and I agree with you, man.
Mhm.
But yeah.
So, moving on to our next story.
Yep. Sorry for taking so much time
No,
about
no,
talking about
No,
it.
we were.
it's fine. It's fine. It's
Yeah.
like I said at the very
Yeah.
beginning of the stream. I don't care if, talking about the new CEO for Twitter took
Mhm.
all the stream. And that was the
Yeah.
only thing we talked about. I didn't care.
And if Cash was here, I'm sure we'd be going and going on it too. I mean,
I'm sure Cash would have a lot to say about it as
Mhm.
well.
yeah,
Yep. No, I'm always like, I know when I'm on other people's show, I don't want to take over and talk about everything that we're not supposed to talk about if you have like
Oh.
a specific time of what you're gonna do and stuff. I try to
Yeah.
respect other people's streams.
And
Trust me,
I
Jason.
appreciate that. And I know you weren't here at the beginning where I said that I don't care if this takes all stream for us to talk about it, but it's something that needs to be addressed. It's something that needs to be talked about
And trust me,
because
Jason.
ignoring it isn't going to do anything.
Yeah. And trust me, Jason, if you got too carried away, we could do this. There we go.
Yes. That's great. But yeah, let's get into this Nintendo Switch thing.
All right.
Yeah.
This comes from Anime News Network, and it says Nintendo Switch console sales reach 125.62 million globally.
Woo!
Nice.
Impressive, most impressive.
Excellent.
I still don't have a Switch, unfortunately.
No, I don't have one. My daughters do, but I don't.
I have purchased a Nintendo Switch recently. I haven't streamed any of the games yet, but I'm enjoying
Was it because of the new Zelda game?
Well, the new Zelda game. I also wanted to play Mario Kart. I wanted to play Mario Odyssey, and I wanted to play Metroid Dread, and also Metroid Prime Remastered. So,
Yeah, he might just wanted to sit down in front of his Switch and go, "It's a me, a Mario."
That's all he wants to.
well, some 35 years ago, my first video game console was the NES.
Mm-hmm.
So it just all goes around full circle.
Hey, Mario's probably one of the even more noticeable than Pac-Man in gaming circles.
Yeah,
Yeah, but what's so great with Switch too? It's easy to take with you and play and everything. That's why.
Okay.
So
here's a trivia question. What is the only game where Mario was the bad guy?
I will say that I don't know because I'm not a Mario person. I have only played certain Mario stuff that I can barely remember.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that. Most of the things I played that Mario is involved in is Smash Bros. And Mario Kart.
Mm-hmm. Mike, do you know?
I would say it would be Donkey Kong Jr.
You got it. Give that man a cigar.
Game, but I've not played it.
Oh, I played it. Oh, and when it came out, that shows how old I am.
But I did watch the movie though. I finally got to watch the movie.
How'd you like it?
I gave it a 7 out of 10.
Okay.
That's really, the Super Mario Bros. Movie. I gave it a 7 out of 10, and that's really fair for me because one, I don't know so much about Mario's history, and I've never been a big Mario guy. So that it is, 7 out of 10, I think it's really fair. If I knew more about the Mario universe and all that kind of stuff, it might have gone further up. It might have gone further down. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I thought it was a really enjoyable movie. It was boring at certain points, dragged a little bit here and there, and of course, of that. What's the name of that pothead again?
Seth Rogen. Yeah.
Yes.
That was my reason for giving the movie a 7 out of 10 because of Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong. I just don't like Seth Rogen.
No.
He plays the same character like he does in every movie now.
Yeah.
It's like I didn't like his voice acting. It's just like it felt so out of place. And Anna, who does Peach, I didn't like that either as much because she was a little bit too much herself in the voice. I felt that she could have tried to voice act a little bit more to be more of Peach. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But overall, she did decent. But I have my critics on it. But she was a lot better than, of course, Seth Rogen.
Well, that's just it, though. A lot of these people who are actors, right? They're not voice actors, and they get roped into doing these things because they feel they need to have a big name to be a voice on there, and they don't get into it.
I like Chris Pratt. I really like Chris Pratt's Mario. That I did.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of safe to say that he's kind of one of us when it comes around to, making sure things are the way they're supposed to be. Mario
Yep.
and such like that.
We need
And
people like that. We need people
yeah,
that can, if they do something wrong in a TV show, wrong in a movie,
yeah,
or a game, step down and say, "Nope, we are not gonna do this.
yeah,
This is wrong. I refuse to do this. If you don't, if you get mad and want to fire me and get someone else, well, okay, do it then. But I refuse to do this. I want to
yeah.
make
It's
the best
Just
thing I
like
can."
Henry Cavill with
Yep,
The Witcher.
yep,
Yep.
yep.
He is a
Uh,
good guy when it comes to that. He's a good example. He's one
mhm,
of us. He's a big geek and he
right,
likes the things to be more source material stuff with small changes, but also source material is important.
right. I mean, Henry Cavill is so much one of us. I heard a story that it was like his nephew. His
Yeah.
nephew would say that that Superman's his uncle.
Yes,
Right?
yes, and he did join him to school.
Yeah. It's like, here's Superman or Clark Kent. Sorry, it's not
Well,
Superman. It's Clark Kent.
everything that he should have done is like really wearing the suit.
Yeah,
Just come to
I
school
can't.
like, hey.
Yeah, I mean, what the closest I have to that is when Demi Moore showed up at my school because I went to school with her former sister-in-law, and this
Yeah.
was a day that she was having days that she was just a soap opera just before she really shot up to be a star. And it's like that's the closest I can say being an experience like that.
One of my experiences is that I haven't, of course, unfortunately, I haven't met Baron or Chuck in real life, but that was to get to know them and become friends with them and interview them
Hmm.
and just becoming friends. I think that is like the biggest thing for me
Yeah.
because that was just so cool. It's just like, dude, I've grown up with these comics. I've read these comics. It's just like, wow. I
Hmm.
never thought that I would get to meet you guys. Some of the
Hmm.
inspirations when it comes to comics I loved, and
Hmm.
one of the reasons I love comics. That's
Hmm.
pretty cool.
That's one of the great things about being on YouTube is being able to meet different people, different
Yep.
backgrounds. And,
Hmm.
you never know who you might be streaming with on a panel one time, and
Hmm.
Yep.
Or you get to know somebody and then you start finding out what their background was. It's like, holy shit! You become friends with them for who they are, not what they are.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then you get into that other dynamic now. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
now.
There's one of my best friends in Norway. He's one of the biggest YouTubers and streamers and video creators on YouTube in Norway. His name is Kattekrip. He just gaming videos, some vlogs, Twitch and YouTube streams. We
What
just
was that name
became
again?
Kattekrip.
Bless you.
Yeah, it's a Norwegian name.
I know.
Um,
I know.
yeah, no. So me and him, we met on Game Expo for the first time. We just, basically said hello and just took a picture and bye. And then I saw him on a stream where he was writing in the chat of some friends of mine, and I'm just like, what the hell is he doing in the chat? Like, what the hell? My friends there are like small time streamers. Nobody knows who they are, right?
Hmm.
And he suddenly pops up, and I have like talked to him like on Instagram just because he did release music and stuff like that, because he did some music for a movie in Norway.
Hmm.
It's about nipples. I can give you context. I can give you context later to that. But no,
how's it
so
going, Spartacus?
hail to your brother. No, so after we had just been talking a little bit on to Instagram from before with the music, and then I see him in the chat, and I'm just like, "Are you fucking stalking me?" I just wrote to him on Twitter, "Are you stalking me?" It's like, "What?" It's like, "I'm in the fucking chat, bro. Like, what the hell are you doing here?" And it
I,
ended up us. It just ended up with us, being on Discord, started talking, and then we just became really good friends. And at the end, we just became, best friends too. So he's one of my best friends in Norway. But I have gotten this question a lot because he's really popular. Like he is super popular, right?
Mhm.
Everybody knows him in Norway. So when you go out, people will recognize him, especially kids. They will like stop, ask for picture, autograph, whatever. But I have like gotten these questions like, don't you get jealous that he's like so big and so many subscribers and so many people loves him, yada yada. I'm like, no, I couldn't care less. He could have been a small time streamer,
Mhm.
YouTuber, or a big one. I don't care. Because what I found in him was a good friendship. I don't care
Mhm.
about his fame. I don't care about his subscribers. And the subscribers he has, he's fought for it. He has fought
Mhm.
for this. He's worked for this. I'm proud of him for fighting and worked hard for this. He knows what to do, and I couldn't care less. I love him, and he's my one of my best friends, and that's what matters to me. I don't care about his fame.
That's what should matter, you know,
Mhm.
the content of someone's character, not,
Right.
oh, wait a minute, this person has, say, 1 million subscribers. If he comes on my channel, then my channel will get some of those subscribers and I can grow quickly. You can't look at it like that.
No.
No, you cannot. It's like if he ever wants to pop up on our stream, I'm like,
Mhm.
you really shouldn't. A lot of the kids that you're gonna get canceled if you join our stream because he doesn't go into political stuff. He doesn't talk about political shit. That's all private life, you know.
Mhm.
And, you know, a lot of kids loves him, and you know he has always been like this, that kids are not supposed to know. We're not going to focus on LGBTQ. We're not going to focus on politics. We're not going to go through all that on my YouTube. You know, this is
Mhm.
kids watching. This is content for my viewers.
Mhm.
So he doesn't want to do that. He only talks about stuff like that in private.
Right.
So a lot of things I know about him that will stick with me and friends because kids doesn't need to know that we talk about politics in private or talk about other stuff in private. It's like
Uh-huh.
that's up to him what he will talk with me about and others about. And
Yeah, people know what we talk about in private, right, Mike?
Yeah, well, it's like Phil has said, if people heard us off stream, they might tune in. You never know, but it's
Oh, yeah.
things that you can't talk about on
Mhm.
YouTube because of the way YouTube is. And you know, I want to bring up this point that Tommy says: if you're not having the conversation for the conversation, then why bother? Hate grifters. Yeah,
Right.
it's like I
Yep.
told you, Tommy, when you invited me to talk about the Transformers CGI movie and the casting. I told you I'm not there to get subscribers. I'm there because we have something in common
Mhm.
that we are passionate about that we want to discuss.
Yeah.
That's why I
And
was there.
yeah,
I
and something
I have
I
never.
said.
Oh, sorry.
No, just finish. No, just finish.
Oh, I have never gone onto another person's stream to try to get subscribers at all. I've gone because I want to talk to people. I want to have that
Yep.
honor to talk with people. I
Yep.
feel honored when I do get invited to something or asked to go on something, whether it's, of course, I'm a
Yep.
co-host here, but whether it's Brandon, the anime guy,
Yep.
or anybody, like, if they invite me on, I consider it an honor. It's like, okay, so you have all these other ones, and then I know I get,
Yep.
they do the little promotion thing, but that's not what I'm there for. I want to talk to Brandon about stuff. I want to talk,
Mhm.
Yep.
and that's what's
Yeah,
important.
I
That's what
agree
this
with
is all
you.
about.
Yeah, and
And
that's what I was gonna say too. I was gonna say the
and
same thing with that. So yeah.
and the funny thing is, if you go with that attitude, you start finding out that you start getting more and more because you're genuine. And
Yeah.
just like you said,
Yep.
you hate grifters. If you're genuine and
Be
you show your
real.
love, yeah,
Just be
be
a real
real.
person, you know.
Yep.
Yeah,
And that's what I do too. It's like I don't care who po- if I join people that are super big streamers compared to me. I don't care how many people that are watching you guys.
hmm
I care about being here. I want to talk with you guys, have a cool conversation, even
yeah.
argue if we have to.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
we'll
know,
fight, man. We'll fight.
yeah. Just like I want to have fun, you know,
Mhm.
and we talk about opinions and issues or fun geek shit.
Yeah.
Um, it's like what I also stand by is that what I do is that, you know, when you come on our show, I like to promote everyone as much as I
Mhm.
can.
Mhm.
No matter if we grow to be bigger than what we are now, I will never forget people that are smaller. Because I want to also promote the smaller people because there's so
Mhm.
many great talents out there who are so underrated and not many people knows about them, and a lot of
Mhm.
us know how that is, you know, being we
Right.
fight and we we try to do our best and hopefully we will get viewers, and so many underrated people out there that I feel should be more popular because they have a
Right.
lot of good things to say. uh like a lot of my friends, a lot of them are small streamers, YouTubers, but they're fucking great, and I want to promote them as much as I can
Right.
because they deserve it. I don't care about what fame we can get from it. I don't care about what views we will get from it. I don't care. I care about my the people I'm promoting. I want them
Mhm.
to get the views, the love, and support that they deserve. That's what I care about.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
like, you know, I'm asked if I do shout out videos. I don't do shout out videos. I only did one, but it's not something that I want to make a habit of doing because that's not what this channel is about. But
Right.
what you will see me do is if I'm watching a stream or watching a video, I will share it out. That's what I consider a shout out. Is
Right.
when I share it out, and if I tag that person into that, it's because I want other people to see what I'm seeing, whether it's the video or the live stream, because I feel that that person deserves all the credit in the world for what they're doing.
Right.
Yep. Because
Exactly.
they're doing a great job. They have a lot of potential, and it's just so many things with a lot of these people. A lot of people in this fellowship, fan, whatever you want to call it, family, as I normally call it. There's so many great creators out there who I want to be noticed.
Right. I mean, it's like for me, what you get here is who I am. I'm not hiding behind. And if anything, and Mike can attest to this, I'm actually holding back when I'm on these streams. I can be a little bit more gregarious than even here. So can you imagine what I'm like when
You can be a little nicer, right?
no, I'm not. Me, never. But it's like when I was honored by 24 to join the Primetime Kings. And I let them know, I said, what? I don't care who comes around here. I mean, if someone comes and they're a bigger channel, and they happen to be the same time as the Kings, and they ask me to go there, I'd respectfully say no, because you know what, my loyalties go with you, band 24. I want you gave me this chance, and I don't care. This is where I'll be. And he goes, hey man, you're good, man. You're good. Oh come on, Nova.
But no, it's important to help each other out and be respectful to each other, even if we can disagree on high levels. I'm still respecting the other creator. I can be on a stream and we can shit talk each other because of our opinions. We can start yelling at each other, call each other names, but one thing I still have is that nothing that I say to you is personal.
No.
It all comes from respect and our different opinions.
Yeah, it was like when we had the Power Rangers stream 3 weeks ago. I knew that Baron and Cash weren't Power Rangers fans, and I told them, you guys aren't obligated to be there.
No, and I respectfully didn't go on that because I want to have my spot to somebody who is a Power Rangers fan. Because I wouldn't be able to contribute anything other than the fact that I thought the original yellow Power Ranger was awfully cute, and I'm so sad that she passed away. But that's about the only thing I could contribute.
She's cute. That's it.
Oh yeah,
she
was.
I'm still waiting for 3 comic books of Power Rangers that I'm waiting for. Single issues. One of them are with Tommy. And his story that he had when he has a son, and his son becomes, a Power Ranger and all that. And the 2 others, one of them are Time Force, and what's the other? I have to check my Amazon. I'm still waiting for them.
Oh, okay.
So let's see here. I bought Power Rangers Sins of the Future. That's Time Force. And then I bought Saban's Power Rangers original graphic novel, The Psychopath, like the Morphing Power Rangers comic. And then Power Rangers Soul of the Dragon with Tommy. So I'm waiting for those comics, and I'm really excited to get to read them. I've heard a lot of good stuff about them, and it's single issues. It's only one issue with a big story, and really excited to read them.
Yeah, it's like I haven't read the last Ronin, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic series, miniseries that was released last year, but I am interested in reading it because I've heard a lot of good feedback about it.
Right.
Yep. And also, I love Power Rangers too. It's like what I'm happy for is that when they made a special now, it just brought up the love. It brought the love back to Power Rangers.
Yeah, and this is what Tommy and I have in common. He says, I give a regular panelist grief every time he's on. I even have a mocking clip especially for him. He gets a kick out of it. Yeah, it's just like when a certain Gryffindor is on the channel. Hi, Anonymous, in case you're listening. I like to play this when he comes on.
Anonymous.
Anonymous. Anonymous.
Well, and of course, we can't forget our other panelists that we have on
What the hell are
here.
you talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yeah, sensei.
Yeah, true.
I know exactly what you're talking about. That's how we all are. We like to make fun of each other.
I have never had a mocking video on me yet. I kind of hurt from everybody. The only one who really picks on me is Fet for Hire, which I think is great.
Leia Rose.
Fet for Hire is an awesome dude.
But yeah, happy Mother's Day,
Oh,
by
he
the
is.
way.
Yes.
And hello, Leia Rose. Happy Mother's Day to you. And happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there who may be watching, lurking, listening. And, well, happy Mother's Day to the fathers who play dual roles, too.
Yep, that's what my dad did. So it's a big shout out to my dad. He was everything for me. So,
And he's not here. He's
No,
not
he's
here,
not.
Leia. He's not here. Don't say hi to him. And of course, Leia Rose, of course, is the president of the Phil McCracken fan club and also the only member.
I don't know. Phil might have other members. And speaking of Phil,
Yeah.
I do want to say congratulations to Phil McCracken on reaching 50 subscribers.
He did?
Yeah,
he
did.
Congratulations.
And he doesn't care.
Right.
No, I'm serious. He doesn't care. And, you know, that's kind of the best approach because you get 100% Phil McCracken when he does his monthly streams.
Yeah. But we can care and be happy for him at least.
Oh, yeah, we are. Yeah. Wait, what was that we said? We say, hey, Phil, congratulations. I hate you all.
But we love you too, is what I'm gonna say then.
Well, see, Whoopa, you like to give me crap because I'm actually shocked I didn't hear anything from you during this recent Cubs Cardinals series, where the Cardinals did take 2 out of 3 from the Cubs, and Wilson Contreras, played the role of the heel.
I am so surprised.
New team, new uniform.
Of course, I always have to go whoopa whoopa when he comes. He's got the whoopa cough. Whoopa cough.
Whoopa cough.
And Prismatic is saying, "Boo, Gryffindor! Yay, Ravenclaw! Damn right, yay, Ravenclaw!"
Well, you know what's happening right now. Moss is out there waving his wand everywhere for everybody to see on Hogwarts right now. That's what he's doing. Hey, look at my wand! Hey!
And
it curves to the right.
Speaking of Phil's channel, I did put his link into the chat. So everybody, if you get a chance, look at his content. He does primarily live streams, and he's had the channel since December. And he does live streams once a month, but check him out. And if you like his content, subscribe.
Honestly, he's the best troll out there. He's a great guy. And yeah, even if it's monthly, jump in there or watch the replay. Because Phil knows what he's doing. He knows his stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody ever says I'm praising him, I'm going to deny it. Okay. Don't anybody out there sit back. Baron was saying good things about you. I'll deny it.
He's no legend yet. Whoopa. He's looming in the large shadow that was Yadimir Molina. So yeah. We've got that, but get to the story here on Anime News Network.
Yeah, I suppose we should go to the story. Huh? We got
we
should.
That's all right. We've been having a nice conversation.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
We have
during this whole stream, and that's the whole point of Pop Talk, Jace, is to have fun.
We are geeks. That's why we are nerds and geeks.
Nerds.
You're damn right, I'm a nerd.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this article from Anime News Network was actually posted on May 10th. It says Nintendo Switch console sales reach 125.62 million globally. It goes on to say Nintendo released its financial highlights for the fiscal year March 31st, 2022 to 2023 on Tuesday, revealing that its Switch console has sold 125.62 million total units worldwide, with excuse me, 3.7 million of the amount sold in the last quarter of the fiscal year, January through March 2023. This includes sales for Nintendo Switch, the Nintendo Switch Lite, and the new, and I say it's new, I know it's not completely brand new, but the OLED console, which is basically, its screen is lit up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It goes on to say, in addition, the company reports that more than 1.3 billion games for the platform have been sold worldwide. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the best selling first party title for the platform. Well, it's a fun game,
Yeah.
especially if you like racing games. With 53.79 million copies sold, I do have it. The console has surpassed Sony's PlayStation 4 and Nintendo's Game Boy Color as the third best selling console of all time. And that's impressive, folks.
That
It
is.
is.
But it's a handy console too. That's what
Yeah.
it is.
Nintendo's December 2021 earnings report had earlier revealed that the Switch surpassed the Nintendo Wii's lifetime sales of
Nice.
101.63 million with 103.54 million units.
Wait.
The company's earnings release for fiscal year 2021, April 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022, had announced a year-on-year 20% drop in console sales with 23.6 million units sold between April 2021 to March 2022. The Switch surpassed PlayStation 4 in lifetime sales in the United States in May 2022. And that's not bad considering that the Switch came out in 2017
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
PlayStation 4 came out 10 years ago.
That is impressive.
It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Too many numbers in that story, by the way.
A lot of numbers, but it's good to see that
Yeah.
Nintendo is succeeding again in the console market. I mean, yeah, nothing against the Xbox Series S and X, or even the PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 4 as it is now, considering it's still receiving brand new games. But not a lot of people want to,
Yeah, well, at
be.
least it's easier to get a Switch
Mhm.
than a PlayStation 5.
Yeah. And I was going to say, not a lot of people want to be reliant on a console they can't take with them.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
you can't say, but they could take the PS4 with them or the Xbox One with them if they go somewhere. Yes, but
yeah.
not like they can with the Switch.
Not with the Switch because you can play on the Switch when you're on the bus, on a plane,
Yeah.
wherever you are, you can play on it. And that because it has a little screen, and that is a really good thing because then you don't need to. How are we gonna say I'm gonna visit a friend? It's just like, oh, I'm gonna take my Xbox with me. It's just like I can't play on that on the bus. I can't play with that in the train. But if I have a Switch, you can sit there, put up one of your favorite games, and just sit there, have fun, play, and suddenly you are, your bus trip or train trip or whatever is over. It's like, oh, the time went fast by.
Yeah, and speaking of Phil McCracken, he must have been lurking. He says at Pacific, we must ask ourselves, who is Cash Money? Why is Cash Money? And do we need Cash Money? Where is Cash Money?
I think he melted down on a Facebook war because, like I said, he graduated.
And I understand where you're coming from, DJ Ronnie G, especially with the PC. And
Yeah, no,
I
I
do
understand that.
prefer to, play certain games on PC, but
Yeah, no, I
Nintendo
can
still
understand
makes
that.
good quality games.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nintendo still does, even though I don't have any Nintendo stuff. I do have emulators though, OGs that I can, I can
Yeah.
get Nintendo games from back in the day, and even new games. You can actually play Smash Bros on PC if you just use the stuff I do. But I understand that I am more of a console guy, but in the last year I've been more of a PC guy because it's easier to access games, and you have so much more on Steam and Epic and other stores. But either way, PlayStation and Xbox, they have certain stuff you will not get on PC.
Mm-hmm.
And so same with Switch. There's always like some exclusive stuff, like Zelda, for example.
Yeah.
You can't play those games, the new Zelda games, on PC, but you can do it on Switch. But PC is like the main thing to go with, of course. But I think a console is good to have, especially when we said you want to play with friends. You have friends over, have a great time with friends. You play on the Nintendo Switch or Xbox or PlayStation, and you just find some cool games to play together.
Yeah, I mean that's what it was always about.
Yeah.
Finding fun games to play together. I mean, I can remember many a times playing Contra with my friends back in the NES days.
Yeah. No,
And
I
real
miss
quick,
those times myself.
real quick, I just want to say thank you to Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective for stopping by. He says, "Gotta run, projects to get accomplished. Have an awesome day, you too, brother. I really do appreciate you stopping by. And if you ever want to come on, just let me know. You're always more than welcome."
He's going through those little tunnels now that they have through the house.
Yeah, no, I yes.
Yeah,
Good old arcade.
nothing wrong with playing the old arcades.
No, it's always fun.
Yeah,
we do have some arcade stuff in Oslo. I like to be on places like that. My favorite pub in Oslo has a lot of stuff. They have everything from PC, old consoles, PlayStation 5, Xbox, new Xbox, board games, everything that you want. We played the Star Wars Speeder, the old Star Wars Speeder game together on an old-fashioned mini TV. And with the old console, it is really fun. It is like just what I used to do every time when I was young. I grew up really poor, so we barely had internet. I could barely play online, with friends that could play, World of Warcraft or CS:GO or whatever they wanted to play. I couldn't do that at my home, so the friends I had is like, let's go over to my place or yours, and then we will play some old Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, or whatever it was, and just play some Tekken together, to fight the games together, to car games together, whatever the game was. We just wanted to have fun. I miss those days. I miss those days being social, getting some candy, some sodas, sit down on the couch or whatever, and just play games and just be like having fun. I just miss those days. That was the best time.
Yeah.
Being able to, go over to a friend's house, maybe spend the night, get a pizza, and play games. Playing games until the wee hours of the morning. Of course, try not to wake up your parents or your friends' parents.
Yeah.
No, back in the day when I used to live in another place, this is where I used to live a long time. Also, when I went to school. All the friends I had back in that time, even though we could play online, but every Friday to Saturday, even to Sunday, we had like this game night. We called it Neverland Nights because it was like we had a lot of people that came there, So we had small meetups with us, the main crew, and sometimes we had like a big crew. For fuck's sake, friends of ours that lived in Oslo, Kristiansand, Stavanger, Bergen, wherever they lived, they traveled the whole way just to be there 2 days with us.
Very cool.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to play an intro here.
I got an intro lined up for him too, so you can play one and I'll play one.
Okay.
Before we actually bring him in.
So this is what I have to say.
I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
And here's mine.
Hey, you guys!
Crypto money.
Cash.
Hey, Cash.
How's it going, Cash?
Morning.
It's not morning here anymore.
You sound like you just got up, man.
I might have. Who knows?
Yeah.
Never know. But
Never know that guy.
No,
but
I don't know. I think I don't know. My internet just still seems a little bit slow. How do I sound?
You sound good. You sound good.
you
All
sound
right.
good, man.
Yeah, tired but good.
Yep. But no, that's what was so great with the old days. So we used to have this nice game nights. We played games, a lot of different games. We also, we watched movies. We took a break, and then we walked for a long walk in the woods together. And then we got back home, got some food, played games again. We didn't sleep. We were just up for hours and hours having fun. It actually became at the end of it all, before I lost my friends because we all splitted ways. But we did start a little club in where I used to live. Oh God, I almost said where I used to live. Oh, good, I didn't. Um, but I used to live, we made a deal where it's like a pub there sometimes with concerts and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end, we made like a deal with them to like host the Neverland game nights. And it just became really big, really fun. Unfortunately, they kind of destroyed the whole point with it, but that's how popular it got at the end that we made this thing, and it is still there to this day. I'm just one of the original founders of it, but not there anymore or with them anymore. But yeah, it's really cool. The good old days with that. Yeah.
I mean, ours was a little older than that because I had the old Atari 2600, so people would come over and we'd have
I played that too.
yeah, we'd have our parties and all that. Or we had I had the Apple II. Other friends had other computers and other game systems. So sometimes you went one to the other. The closest we had was to the internet was the BBS systems.
Yeah.
In those days, but it's kind of funny. We all got together, and it was immortalized in Mystery Science Theater 3000 in one of the episodes. The Perkins at 494 in 494 in France was the big hangout. Like about 2 o'clock in the morning, all the people were all gathered around doing this stuff would meet there.
Yeah. No, I used to play that Commodore also back in the day.
Oh, the Commodore. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I
my
had a
dad,
buddy.
my dad had all of that stuff, So that's some of the first consoles I ever played.
The TI 99.
Yep. Oh, so
Trash
much good old
80s.
games. I grew up in the wrong generation, man. I was
Oh.
born in the wrong generation.
Oh yeah, and then to actually have the actual arcades to go out and do, like wow, it's
My dad have talked much about the arcades back in the day. Of course, every time he does it, I'm just getting pissed. I'm just like, I hate you. I'm born in the wrong generation because I would love to just go out and play arcades.
Oh,
That's
it was fun. It was a
Yeah.
lot of fun.
That's
to
what's
go
good
to
with
the
Japan.
arcade.
That's what I love with Japan. They still have arcades, a lot of them.
Well, we got one not too far from us that has you go in there, you pay one flat rate, you can play all the arcade games in there, and they also have the old console games. The
Yeah,
also in the area, and it's like talk about a blast from the past, eh?
yeah. I need to go there too, man. So many places I need to go.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you go to an arcade and you can play pinball, air hockey,
Oh yeah.
skee ball,
Oh yeah.
any of the
Oh, I love
arcade machines
pinball.
over there. And
Pinball is so fun though. I was gonna before we get to this, I just want to say when I was on Game Expo some years ago, the day I met Katte Kryp, when I was there with my ex girlfriend, she got a little annoyed by me because they had like old Star Wars pinball game, right?
Mm.
And so I was spending more time on that than with her, and I get so competitive because I'm a competitive player. So you just hear me, fuck, come on, bitch, come on, you fucker, and my ex girlfriend's just like. There's kids around. I don't fucking care. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I was like so competitive. I'm like,
there's nothing wrong with being competitive. I mean,
oh no.
Hell, go back to my last Jedi Survivor stream when I'm fighting that Rancor. I was getting ticked off.
More than ticked off, I'd say. But yeah.
yeah, more. But yeah, so pinball. I want to buy a Star Wars pinball when I get a new apartment one day and just have it in my house. I could just play with sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Probably costs a lot of money though, but
They can be, yeah. I mean, it all depends.
I live in.
Oh, that's right. Cash is
Norway.
here. I forgot. He's so quiet.
Just listening.
You're just listening.
He's too tired. But yeah.
So, Cash, before we talk about the box office numbers for this past weekend, do you have any thoughts on Twitter's new CEO? If you're able to read anything up on her, and
from what I read about her, she seems. I'm not sure. I think Twitter might be a little bit worse. Twitter hasn't been that great since he took over.
No, like I said earlier here, is that Twitter hasn't changed much. It's certain stuff that have changed, but not much.
No, it's supposed if we're gonna if Elon was serious about more freedom of speech, then there would be more to freedom of speech, and maybe there feels like there was, but I think it's just only a little bit better because Twitter's still mostly a dumpster fire. It is funny though that Elon made people leave, celebrities and other. I really find that funny, and I'm sure that's the influence of the idiotic media, a lot of it. But I mean, if she is going to, she could be as woke as she could say that she looks like a dinosaur and stuff, but if she's going to actually somewhat care about freedom of speech, then that would be okay. I have a feeling though that it's going to be like, oh hey, I do care, and then it's going to be a little bit worse. I don't think it's going to be horrible, but it could be a little bit worse from what I've read about her. But looks can be deceiving, and if she really is,
we just have to wait and see, basically.
Exactly. It's always wait and see.
And we had like how many? Was it 6 weeks? We had to wait ish.
Yeah,
6 weeks before she officially takes over.
We need to be very careful about hyping up people. That can usually be a problem.
Oh yeah, but Elon does have a response to you, Cash.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
And as far as identifying as a horse, this is what I usually identify as, even when I play a Star Wars game.
Glory to you and your house.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
That last one, that's what I like to say sometimes when Phil starts his nonsense again. Yeah, that's like your opinion, man.
Nothing stops you, man. We should call you Dude Money.
I just
dude.
I just think Delaware can be so boring, and then when he's looking at his basically how his A's are doing, he gets sad and then he starts lashing out at other people. So
He's an angry Delawarean.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
As Phil always says, he'll sell his players, or the team owner will sell their players for a soda pop and maybe some food. So, yeah. Seems like a great system over there, the Oakland A's organization.
Well, I can't really brag right now because the Cubs are losing to the Twins right now, 8-1.
Again? Woo! We're gonna win, Twins. We're gonna score. We're gonna win, Twins. Watch that baseball soar. Sorry.
That's right. That's right. I brought it up. So, looking at the weekend box office, Guardians of the Galaxy made $60.5 million this weekend. Super Mario Brothers made $13 million this weekend. Well, I mean, like I said last time, what does it matter? Chris Pratt still wins.
Yeah.
Oh, he wins no matter what.
Top two. Yeah.
Yep. The Book Club, the next chapter, made $6.5 million. We have Evil Dead Rise. I don't know either.
Evil Dead Rise was a bad movie. It's a shit movie. Don't watch it. It's
That's right. That's right.
And even though Jay says it's a shit movie, and you still think about watching it, go watch it. See if it's not a shit movie to you.
Don't watch it. I was gonna say don't watch it. The only good thing The only good thing about the movie was the horror scenes. They're not
Oh, there were
great.
horrors in there?
No, but the horror scenes was the best thing in it. It's not the best, but that's the only thing that was really great with it. The movie itself should have bombed even more than what it has because it was really terrible. They focused, there was political agendas, it was all that kind of stuff. You had the family was really woke, trans kid, a tomboy. We had one little normal girl, and then you had like a mother who's no boyfriend, her life is shit, and then suddenly she has a sister who's pregnant and also has a shit life. It's really bad writing.
It stinks.
Yes.
Sounds like fun for the whole family. Take your kids, maybe not.
Yay!
And looking at the worldwide gross for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, it's only made $475,713,250. I don't see it cracking $1 billion. I really don't.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so either. And a lot of people are also fed up with these movies. But it is what it is. And but I will still say again that Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is a decent movie. I still like it. Other than Adam Warlock, it's enjoyable.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was a decent movie. I gave it a 6.5.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some people have issue with it, especially with how they depict animal cruelty. I get it. It's not going to be a movie that everybody's going to step out and go, "Oh, that was awesome. That was great. I want to go see it again," because I heard people when I went and saw it last week who were disappointed with it.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you had the first two and how funny those were, and then you get this one, and I didn't think a lot of the jokes landed. I really didn't.
No, I thought not all jokes did land, but some of them really did. And I really liked the combination with comedy and, of course, Rocket's background. And I will say I started crying in the cinema when I saw, because I thought that was really, really well made story with his background. I'm not going to spoil the whole thing, but when you learn about him and his friends and what they did in the movie, how they wrote it, I thought that was really good. It is like I say, with James Gunn, it is going to be a 50-50. It can be terrible, a terrible movie, terrible TV series. It can be good or decent for some people. It can be really 50-50 with him when he makes his stuff.
Jeez, men don't cry in the theaters.
I do not fucking care. I'm not afraid to show my fucking feelings. And I don't cry a lot. I don't own a lot of emotions, but in certain movies, I will get some emotions.
Mm-hmm.
And Baron, to quote The Big Lebowski, in The Big Lebowski, strong men also cry. Strong men also cry.
You know what else he said in The Big Lebowski?
Sorry when you fuck a stranger in the ass.
Well, I have fucked a lot of strangers, but
Oh boy.
Oh my.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Hey, I'm not ashamed, man. It is what it is. I'm Norwegian.
He's a manhole.
I am, or I used to be.
So on another topic.
No, but it is a decent movie. God, it's such a decent movie.
Yep. We've got this article from comicbook.com that says Star Wars Family Matters. Jaleel White reveals he's starring in Skeleton Crew. Teases release date. Did I do that?
Well, his name is already racist, right? It has white in it. It's already racist. Yeah, then I will cry. I cry about that movie. Your Name, I cry all the time. It's just a perfect anime movie. Chris heard me cry. He's not used to that. But yeah, I've seen a trailer, the teaser trailer. I don't know if you guys have. It's
Well,
not
which
out
one?
public. Skeleton Crew.
No, I haven't seen it. I didn't know there was one
No,
out
it
there.
no, it was the one that was leaked from Star Wars Celebration, and
Okay.
I used to have the video, but all the platforms the video was on, Disney attacked them all and removed them. So I wish I did download it on my computer. That I have downloaded Ahsoka, the extended trailer, because there's an extended trailer that's not out on public forums other than the leaks, and it is real. I've gotten that confirmed, and you see it in the trailer too that it is real with a lot of the scenes. So I also saw the Acolyte teaser trailer. So I'm gonna say the Skeleton Crew and the Acolyte trailer, they look fucking horrendous and bad.
Oh God.
And Skeleton Crew is gonna be a woke movie. It is diversity. They also have non-binary and everything in the movie. They have confirmed that before they started shooting and all that kind of stuff. But I'm really interested to see what more this person are gonna say about what that family matters with this article. So, Mike, if you would love to.
All right. This is by Patrick Kavanaugh. It was posted on the 11th on comicbook.com. It says, with Disney and Lucasfilm putting their priority on promoting the next Star Wars TV series, which would be Star Wars Ahsoka, there are a lot of unknown details about the subsequent series Star Wars Skeleton Crew. Luckily, one of its stars, Jaleel White, revealed not only that he would be part of the series, but also he would be playing a pirate, which required him to undergo a lengthy makeup process.
Yeah, that's normally how it goes. That's normally how it goes, man. It's pretty normal a lot of times. Practical effects.
Yep.
He's probably gonna be a Weequay.
Yeah.
White made the reveal. Go ahead, Jace.
I was gonna say he's probably not used to doing a lot of this practical makeup, so it's like, oh my god, it's so annoying. It's just gonna be like Jennifer Lawrence complaining about all the makeup.
Yeah, for Mystique.
Yep.
And that's not including all the makeup she has to put on daily.
That's okay, But yeah, let's continue.
White made the reveal during an appearance on Sportsnet Hockey Night in Canada, where he was supporting the Edmonton Oilers. I was about to call them the Orioles. I don't know why. Don't ask me.
Baseball on the mind, man.
In a match against the Vegas Golden Knights. White claims that the series is expected to debut in November or December. Stay tuned for details on Star Wars Skeleton Crew. White appearing on the program and being asked about future projects. White revealed, I'm actually going to be in a new series on Disney Plus starring Jude Law called Skeleton Crew. Yeah, it's coming out in November, December, and it's part of the Star Wars universe. So that's a big change for me, man. I had to do 2 hours of makeup every day. I get to play a pirate.
That sounds like normal for people in the film industry, that you're using 2 to 3 to 4 hours with the practical effects or makeup or whatever. I'm just thinking about the girls, the actresses that spends like almost 2 to 3 hours just getting ready for a party. Like a lot of normal females also do that in real life. I know. I've experienced that with my ex-fiance.
Oh, man.
Good to be a man is all I have to say.
And Spider Chris says, is he going to be as memorable as the plant guy from The Mandalorian?
Yeah,
who knows?
3. Yeah.
Probably going to be the new Geode. That's what he is. Geode turned into a pirate.
Geode pirate. Right.
There we go. See, we're tying it all together now.
It goes on to say Skeleton Crew is described as Star Wars Skeleton Crew set in the New Republic era. It is about a group of kids lost in the Star Wars galaxy trying to find their way home. Sounds like Lost in Space.
Our
Yep,
Voyager.
a lot of the story right here is really much like other movies that a lot of us have probably seen. It also just feel a little bit like the Ewok movies with kids and stuff. It has a lot of, how can you say this? Many things that you're familiar with when it comes to movies. It's nothing original, and it is, nothing unique with it.
Yeah. Goes on to say rumors swirled about the antagonists of the upcoming series being pirates, so White's confirmation of such a role would support those rumors, with some even claiming that The Mandalorian Season 3 already introduced the figures. In the Season 3 premiere of The Mandalorian, Din Djarin and Reef Karga confronted the pirate Bane, with that episode also debuting the pirate Gordon Shard.
Yeah, Gordon
These
Shard is the plant guy. I know that there were rumors and talk about that he is gonna be the villain, might be one of the villains or main villain in Skeleton Crew.
Didn't he die though? I didn't watch it, so
No.
Okay.
Goes on to say these figures didn't play a heavy role in the overall narrative of season 3, making it seem likely that their appearance in the season premiere was to plant the seeds for their roles in Skeleton Crew. Skeleton Crew, The Mandalorian, Star Wars, The Book of Boba Fett, and
Yeah,
the
sorry, yeah, he
upcoming
did die. Yes, he did die. Yes, I just had to research it just to remember. Yeah, the Plant King. I call him Plant King because he's a pirate king, so I call him Plant King. He died. I just have to be sure what episode it was in chapter 21. He did die, but a lot of the rumors and at the trailer that was shown on Celebration kind of teased that he will be in it. So if they do, then he's not dead. And he survived somehow because in this Disney Star Wars universe, somehow I have returned. So it might be that he survived. He's gonna be a villain again, or I don't know what they're gonna do. But he's really heavily teased into this show.
But it just goes on to mention how Skeleton Crew is part of the Mandalorian timeline of things going on with the Book of Boba Fett.
Everything
Ahsoka.
is in mostly every series are connected with the Mandalorian and the Rebels and stuff like that. It's the same thing with Ahsoka. It's basically a new season of Rebels, but at the same time, it's a part of Mando verse, as they call it now. So you also know that when Dave Filoni is gonna make his Star Wars movie, all the TV series that are connected are gonna they're gonna bring it all together with that movie. So
Yeah. Which will be the wrong thing to do because how are you going to get to a base of people who've never seen any other stuff?
Yep.
Very true.
So this is gonna be probably connected with that movie too, and it is connected with the whole universe. So that they're doing.
Yeah, they pretty much say, "Are you excited about Jaleel White being in Skeleton Crew?" And about the show premiering on Disney Plus. I don't have Disney Plus. I don't plan on renewing my subscription anytime soon.
Same here. I don't have it. I canceled it long before it was cool. I tried a trial thing for when it first came out in Norway, and then I never paid for it again. Yeah,
I can't blame you there.
No,
I did the right thing. I had a feeling what's gonna happen with it. I'm not a Disney guy overall.
And we're not done with the Star Wars news.
Oh no!
No, there are more. There, of course, are gonna be more.
More Star Wars.
More Disney Star Wars is so fun.
And it's about Jedi Survivor. How it's not surpassing as far as sales number of the previous title, Fallen Order. I wonder why.
hilarious.
I wonder why. Just watch my 3 streams. You'll see why. Like I said, watch the last one. You'll hear me say exactly why. I didn't hold back.
I have seen so many bugs in that game now. I follow people in it and stuff. They're finding every single bug, and of course there is that performance issues. Even though they did update the game for people, it still has issues.
Yeah, and the thing is, Oh, sorry.
No.
Well,
Continue.
yeah, I was going to say, and the people that point this stuff out get attacked. They get attacked by Lucas and all that. Not Lucas himself, but I mean LucasArts or whatever the hell they call themselves now.
Kathleen Art or whatever you want to call
Yeah.
it. Kathleen Film.
Yeah. But, the people, they get attacked on the platform because they're pointing this stuff out. Back in the day when people were pointing this stuff out, it was, okay, we got to fix this. We got to fix this. Okay, thank you. Have a nice day. Now it's like, you're an ethnophobe because you don't like it.
How dare you point out the flaws that this game has?
Yeah.
That
Like I've seen a lot of people that likes it. That the people that I am watching, they like the game, but they are finding the issues and the bugs and everything just for fun, just like so people know about it and stuff, right? So it's just come on. The people that I watch, they don't hate the game. You don't need to attack people like that. They just point out the issues and point out the bugs in the game that you fuckers have to fix. I did watch one guy lately. He went. I don't remember where this is in the game, but he went on a certain place in the game, and you get like a little screen that says what this cutscene is about. But there is no cutscene, so I don't know if that's gonna be a DLC scene or what they're gonna do with that stuff. Nobody knows. But if you go there, you can find. You will get a text up that is like there for some seconds that talks about what happens in the cutscene. That's so it's like something that is not there yet. So I don't know what they're gonna do with that. But that was really funny. It's like if you're gonna do a DLC, don't do that if you are in the game because people will
exactly.
Like, you're spoil. If this place is gonna have a cutscene or a little thing for a DLC, or if there's like a part you have removed or whatever, don't put that in the game because people are gonna be like, "What the hell is going on?" Like that feels off. And if there is a DLC, we will know what's gonna happen with that part of the game because you already told us why he's there. Why is it there? It's like no surprise is gonna be there then, So
absolutely not. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to pay for the game initially, $70 for this game, and then I have to drop another $50 for any DLC.
Yeah, it's like I barely pre-order games. That's the thing. I barely pre-order games because I know there's always going to be issues most of the time, and sometimes the games are not worth it. The only time I pre-ordered a game now was Hogwarts Legacy. Yes, it had issues in the start, but I didn't mind it.
Not like
It wasn't much. They haven't. That's one thing they've not fixed yet, and that is the voice glitch that people sound like robots when you take darker voice. They have to fix that, but there are just small things. But that's the first time I've done it in years, pre-ordering a game. I'm not gonna buy this game, and if I was supposed to buy this game, I would not have bought it before everything is fixed or most of it is fixed. As a gamer, that's how I am and how we sometimes have to be. We don't want to have a cyberpunk all over again.
Oh, God.
Well, especially for the older consoles, the PC, even when it came out, I just feel like just like The Witcher 3, that game was always best on PC, not on consoles, but on PC. But they got Witcher 3 to even work on the Switch, so CD Projekt Red ran into problems. But if they didn't care, they wouldn't keep trying to fix things and bring out new patches and let people do mods and all kinds of stuff. So. I know people. It's very easy to complain about, especially on the internet and whatever, about CD Projekt Red, and it did have problems. They said it was going to work on the PS4, the Xbox. It did not. Xbox One, it did not work well, but now it's best on PC. So if you're gonna buy it on PC.
Yep.
Just some games play better on the platform they were originally designed for. So if it was originally designed for PC, you're going to 9 times out of 10 get the most benefit from it.
But even when console people like people who love the PS5 or especially in the Xbox Series X,
I love it.
They're just like, oh, this is. Oh, see, PC gamers, haha, they buy a console. Yeah, but see, if you buy a console with PS5, how many quality games do you get? Yes, they're cheaper now, some of them. Like, Ratchet and Clank, but that's supposed to actually come out this year on PC. Now, Sony has finally decided. It's like, wow, how long it takes you guys if it's not Sega or Sony or whatever. Oh, I didn't know this game was going to sell well on Steam. Really?
Yeah.
That's how Sega was with Persona 4
Yeah.
Golden. They were like, "What? I didn't know that was going to sell well." How many people? Do you guys check how many people have been asking for this game on PC?
Yes.
Like PC4?
Yes, exactly, exactly. But know that this game has this has happened with the game. I'm not surprised, even if I don't like Star Wars Jedi Survivor. But just as a gamer, I'm not surprised. When I just think like a gamer and not a fan of Star Wars, I'm not surprised with all the bugs and the issues the game have had.
Well, this article from Ryan Pearson says that Star Wars Jedi Survivor is the second best-selling game of 2023 thus far, but it falls behind Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order in physical sales. What's more, players are still reporting major performance issues a week after the latest patch was released.
Yep, just what I said.
Yep. Games industry biz Christopher Dreen reported on the UK's box game sales for the week ending April 29th, with the latest Star Wars game being the best seller. This saw it beating out Dead Island 2, FIFA 23, the almost ever-present Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and even Hogwarts Legacy. Says Dreen also reports the game has managed to become the second biggest game launch of 2023, selling faster than Resident Evil 4 Remake, but trailing behind Hogwarts Legacy. Its
The only
opening
reason
week.
is because the only reason is because it has a Star Wars in the title.
Mm-hmm.
That's the name. So just like Marvel. Yep.
Excuse me.
No problem.
Its opening week sales are nonetheless 55% lower than Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order achieved in 2019. However, in terms of the last 30 years, it's also the 8th biggest launch for a box Star Wars game. It says Dreen emphasizes that this data is based on box sales, with digital sales increasing during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns. He also notes the game had a higher retail price than Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Goes on to say Survivor was usually sold by over 10 euros or $12.57 US, more compared to Fallen Order. Dream proposes revenue was therefore only down 19% from the prior game. Whether this calculation included the changes to the economy and inflation since 2019 is unclear. Additional facts include 82% of Survivor sales being on PlayStation 5. Despite the above, digital sales offered the promise of an upset. For example, Dream notes 2/3 of Dead Island 2 sales were digital and not reflected in the current box sales standings. Sure enough, he later added vital addendum in a Twitter post. Okay. And he goes on to say, although physical sales were down with the digital data, Star Wars Jedi Survivor actually beat Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order's launch sales by over 30%. This is because Survivor's digital accounted almost double what Fallen Order managed. Whether the game continues to surpass its predecessor on the same or all fronts will depend on future sales reports. It says, nevertheless, the game continues to suffer technical problems alongside the previously reported issues with poor frame rate and loading screen hangs.
Yep.
Some players claim losing to one particular enemy prevents them from recovering their dropped experience. Having been knocked out of bounds on death. Yeah, and it's poor input lag.
Yep.
Yeah.
Others are reportedly finding bonus content from pre-orders and deluxe editions are going missing. Some reportedly return to the game finding the items gone, only for them to reappear or vanish again when rebooting the game, while other players have failed to recover their content even on a fresh install.
Yep, and that is bad. That is
Mhm.
really bad to be this game with the launch and everything. That is a really downside. Just as a gamer, that's like if I knew about this before, like if I was supposed to buy a game and I didn't know about that, I would have been so pissed. But if I knew about that early on, I would be like, no, I'm not gonna buy it before I know it's at least fixed. And I have seen a lot of these things that people are complaining about on videos and the people that I'm watching, and it is really sad to see that it's so bad, badly designed, and so much issues like that. You play the
Well,
game and suddenly content is missing. It's just like
yeah.
now I'm here.
I
It's just like what's going on? It's bad.
I bought Survivor based on the reputation of Fallen Order. I enjoyed playing Fallen Order.
Yep.
So that's why I went, okay, I'll buy Jedi Survivor, especially since I had the
How do
money.
you feel though? Because I know that you apparently liked the first game. I thought it was a decent game, but I'm never gonna play it again. But how do you feel after what happened with this game? How do you feel with all the issues?
You know what, Jace? This is what I feel. When EA said that they were delaying the original March 17th release so they could fix the bugs, they just made the situation worse.
Yep, because
They
it
made it
didn't fix it at all,
completely worse
basically.
because they needed more than a month to fix the game.
Yep, they should have spent more time.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would have waited longer if they had to, even though it's shit for them, of course, but they would have.
Yeah, I mean, even if it took them another year to get all the bugs out, fine, let's wait another year, and this way we get a polished game.
Yep. 'Cause
But
this is
they're in such a rush nowadays to release games on schedule, bugs or not, that they don't care.
like if I was one of the creators of this game, I would have been ashamed of myself. Like legit, I would have been ashamed of myself for all the issues and bugs people would have experienced.
And this article says, in spite of user complaints, EA's Collector's Edition sweepstakes are still accepting entries until May 11th. Well, that's come and gone. And it goes on to say the EA Star Wars account addressed the latest patch fixes for Survivor on May 2nd. Yeah, they did. It improved ray tracing on PC and brought other fixes already on PC to PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S. Neither of the above issues have been discussed at the time of this writing. And it goes on to give their rhetoric of saying we are hard at work on patches that will further improve performance and bug fixes across all platforms. There are more updates to come across all platforms, and we will share that timing when it is available. Meaning they have no flippant idea when it's going to happen.
Nope.
It means it's worse than we thought.
EA in a nutshell.
Goes on to say, even so, it seems like the update failed to resolve the crashes and may have caused more disgruntled players took to Twitter. Yeah. You think? You think? When it took me almost 2 hours to beat the Rancor, when I finally beat it, I went, fuck
Did it
yeah,
take
and
that
I
long?
went up to that Rancor, I'm all fucking Rancor, and I was still going on about it during the stream. That's how ticked off I was.
Was it like legit almost over 2 hours with trying to beat the boss?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
Rancor?
Yeah, it was almost 2 hours trying to beat it because every time I tried to move by hitting the dodge button on my controller, it wouldn't move. And it wasn't the controller because the controller works perfectly fine on every other game I play.
Yeah. Damn, dude. That I wish I saw that, man. Because wow, I would have been pissed off just by watching it. Because that sucks, dude. That's an amount of long time, dude. That Jesus Christ, that's a long time. That's basically what I do when I'm doing raids on SWAT, or if it's like a big raid on World of Warcraft or stuff like that. You can spend up to 2 hours to 3 hours on certain raids, but a boss in a normal game, like almost like 2 hours, that's kind of insane, to be honest.
And I was determined to beat it. I even left the Rancor fight for a little bit, and I went, no, I'm going back. I'm going to beat it.
Yeah.
Mike is obsessed. Let's just put it that way.
Baron, you've known me long enough by now. You know exactly what it is.
Oh, I know. I know exactly.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
There is no easy mode with some of the people in community. So it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I mean, you can play something on the hardest difficulty and you can cuss at it, and it still doesn't mean you're going to get through it.
Right. I mean,
exactly. Just got to find a way.
But you see Mike about to do the boss battle. You know this is going to happen.
3 hours later.
Yeah, and I know we've already played this clip too, but after I beat the boss, so even 3 hours later, Baron, this is what I'm saying.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
Oh, that's the name of the Rancor, was Larry? Okay, Larry the Rancor.
If I ever met John Goodman, I'd be like, how many people have come up to you and talked about that scene?
I think a lot.
I can imagine. That's fun.
Or if you meet him on a Saturday, wait a minute. I thought you couldn't do anything on Saturday because of Shabbos.
And we were talking about easy mode. We just got to throw this up for that. So our big sponsor.
Yep.
But yeah, these are the tweets of other people and their issues with the game, and I don't blame them. I really don't blame them.
I don't blame them at all.
And you know, someone's gonna say, then why are you gonna continue on streaming the game? Because I'm determined to beat that game. Warts and all.
He already showed you he likes his pain.
If I was able to beat Gotham Knights with all its problems, even after its 40 gigabyte patch update, I know I can beat this game.
I remember. Yeah, it's rough. I mean, this has been unfortunately going on. When people bought the Dark Knight, the third Batman game in the trilogy, which is still a good game. It's not the best, I would say, but it's good. When it finally worked, it was a mess. That thing was stuttering all over the place, and it was because of NVIDIA at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Batman, what was it? Arkham Knight, right? Yeah.
Arkham Knight, yeah.
Arkham Knight stuttered all over the place for at least a few weeks, and then they got that fixed. Sometimes, well, maybe more than sometimes, PC gamers are treated like crap, and then the console gamers are like, oh, because you didn't buy a console. It's like, dude, there's other problems with console because Sony has problems. Microsoft has problems. They cause problems to themselves. They're willing to also pander too. That's a problem as well. So it's annoying. And there's just not enough excitement. Where is all the competition between Microsoft and Sony? It's not there.
There is none. It's non-existent.
Sony has a few more games that I would say is interesting, but who cares? Like, still, there needs to be more competition.
Yeah.
And finally, Sony is seeing what Microsoft saw before, which is, oh, hey, we should put more of our games on PC. Duh.
You know what there needs to be more of, Cash? There needs to be more of Bro Mighty 007.
Yes.
Bro Attack. Bro Civic 414. Bro Force. Go, go, go.
That will be happening again. So as long as Spectrum behaves itself. I'm watching you, Spectrum.
I'm all set, man. I got my Bro Force all ready to go.
Okay.
I'm saying that because I think it's a fun game. It doesn't take itself serious. And
it is.
You take Bro Force serious, you have a problem.
Satan's going to die, though. Satan's going to die.
We're going to beat him.
Yep.
If I can beat a Rancor after an hour, I can beat Satan.
Did you figure out also what happened?
Well,
Where you
2
need to go
hours.
now? Did you figure out where you need to go next in that game, or?
Yes. That's
Excellent.
why when I last played it, I created a new save point exactly where I need to be. So when I start it tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, shameless plug. Well, I shouldn't say shameless.
Yeah, shameless.
Suddenly, when you go in the game, everything is like fucked up, and you have to do it all over.
Yeah.
I've had that happen in games. It's like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
son of a bitch.
Kitty Bear, you brought up some interesting point about Dark Age of Camelot. I remember some of my other friends playing that back in the day. Are you still playing MMOs then? Or did you stop doing that? Like there's still some coming out that are cool, but most people are just going back to World of Warcraft, I guess, still.
Yeah, I need to start playing Old Republic again more. I mean,
that can be fun.
it is. And online, Star Trek Online.
I play cool.
Yeah, I
SWTOR
think
all
that's
the
a
time.
good point, man. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say I play SWTOR every day, man. Every single day I play SWTOR.
Yeah, so if we want to play, we just go bug chase.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, because I play it every day. I have many characters.
Which
it's
one?
my main game. So.
Which one, Chase?
SWTOR.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Star Wars Old Republic.
Yeah, okay. Well, I need to friend you on there. I mean, you get on there and friend you.
You just need to go in the game. I just need your name and just add you, and then we can. If you play it, I can just add you. We add to the locations, and we can do quests together.
Yeah. That's the one thing I don't do because I don't know people, and I do have a little social anxiety. So I'd rather be with somebody that I know that says I
just
suck.
tell me, man.
Yeah,
just tell me, man. I'm up for it. Right now, I'm focusing on a bounty hunter called Psycho. He's based on my dog, my old dog Psycho, and I based the personality, the look of his armor, everything is based on my dog, who is my best dog in the world and the dog I love with all my heart. Also based the
Nothing wrong with that.
personality. No, and his personality is really like my dog. Really human and really like understanding and really think about the choices, and it's just amazing. And I have Jedi, I have Sith, so it's just whatever you want to play, just hit me up, man. I will join you for a new playthrough or whatever, man.
Yeah, I mean, I got a bounty hunter I'm working on myself right now, but I also have a smuggler. I have a Sith and I have a Jedi. So
yeah, you would just tell me, man. Yeah.
See, the reason why Baron has a Sith is because they had a booth and they were offering chocolate chip cookies, and he said, "Oh, what the hell? Tired of oatmeal cookies."
When he sees my female Sith, he's gonna be like, "Oh shit, I want to bang her."
He's hoping to go on that date with Gorlock. So yeah.
Gorlock hungry. Get in my belly.
Oh boy. This has nothing to do with getting in anyone's belly, but Hoyoverse teases 3 new characters coming to Honkai Star Rail. YouTuber Grimo Gotcha. I guess I don't know. You know, we all come up with our own names. Explains which ones you should pull for. And I have seen other streamers streaming this game, and I have downloaded it, and I will be streaming it at some point. I just don't know when. It might be one of those days where, I say, okay, I'm going to stream a surprise game, and this happens to be the surprise game. Hoyoverse has teased the next 3 characters to come to Honkai Star Rail, while Grimo Gotcha explains whom of these characters might be worth pulling. Well, I'm going to be playing the game for the first time, so I'm going to play as who I want to play as just to get used to the game.
You going to play on the mobile, or are you going to play on PC?
PC. I already got it downloaded on PC.
Okay. All
right. I don't play mobile games on stream. I'm not going to say I don't play mobile games because I have played mobile games, but I don't play them on stream.
Yeah, I play the one Warhammer 40K Dark Crusade or Lost Crusade. That's about the only one I really play. But
I play Genshin Impact.
And I just want to let you know, Mike will be doing a Candy Crush stream sometime.
Oh
my
I can't
God.
wait! And then he's gonna play Angry Birds too, which is the
Right.
weaker
Mhm.
version than the
Baron. I haven't done this in a while.
Uh
right, youngster, out you go. Don't come back. Ever.
Mike, you have dignity. You will never do Candy Crush on stream.
I've never had any interest in playing Candy
If you
Crush.
did
No.
do that, just don't be like so. All right, dude. I love those people who play those mobile games online. They're like, okay, all right, guys. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna spend the $100 to get these characters. I'm gonna be a whale. And then it's just like, dude, no, don't do this on stream. Don't do it. And they do it anyway. You're like, no, not good.
No, but Genshin Impact is really fun.
It's fun for a while though, but then you don't get the polls that you want.
Baron, why are you complaining when you've got access to get back in?
Have you
lazy.
dropped any money on it, Jace? Or
Fuck no.
Yeah,
You don't need to. It's all up to you.
Yeah.
You decide yourself if you want to use money or not. It's all up to
Yeah.
you. I didn't.
Mobile games though, from there's been some actual good ones. Are they worth streaming? Well, some people do, but
Yeah.
they
Genshin is
become a
worth it.
money sink. They
I
become a
really-
money sink. I played this
Yeah.
one, Dark Descent, and that was like a StarCraft game, but it was a mobile game, and you can move your
Yeah.
units around, and it was fun. But then they were doing some shady stuff, and I had to get half my money back from Apple.
Yeah.
It was after a year, it was terrible.
Yeah. No, but Genshin Impact, I've never in my life used money on it. I've just,
Okay.
I just like playing it. I like the
Uh-huh.
game. It's, it's an MMO, an RPG MMO. And I love games like that. And I play it on computer, of course. I also played it on Xbox and my phone.
Okay.
So in my mind, I was like, why would I spend money on
You
buying
played it on
stuff there?
Steam, right? You played Genshin Impact on Steam.
Not
or
on Steam, no. I downloaded the official
or
launcher.
Epic. Was it Epic?
No.
Oh, the
No.
official launcher.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm really into official launchers. That's what I
So you
like
just went to
better.
the website and you downloaded it then,
Yep.
right? Okay.
Yep. But no, I don't play it that much anymore. But I'm gonna get back
Yeah.
into it. I want to start all over again, just for fun. But
Did you unlock some characters you wanted and stuff, or?
Oh, I like most of the characters. So for me, I'm just gonna play, and if there's characters I like, they're okay. And if there are characters I have to pay to get, I'm not gonna pay for them. I'm like, okay, I don't care. I don't care about it. If I need to pay for that character, no. But I'm not gonna be like my friend who works at the cinema. Well, he is crazy when it comes to games like this. When he played Pokemon Go, he spent a lot of money. He even bought a Pokemon Go clock, to put on his arm.
Yeah,
so he
I
doesn't.
know.
Yeah, so he bought one
Yeah.
of those, so he didn't need to use the phone all the time.
Yeah, no, the Pokemon Go, it can be a fun game. It can be tedious.
Yep.
It's just sometimes it's like, oh, you go. It's you decide to go in the middle of the night. You're
Yep.
looking for a gym,
And
you put your Pokemon in there.
yes,
and
and
it gets crazy.
he's also one of the few guys that I know that he will do everything in a game no matter what. He will finish up before most people do. So every time with Genshin, he used a lot of money on Genshin too because he doesn't care. He just fuck it. So every time there was a new story, new expansion, new whatever, he was done before 90% of other people because he just gamed. He doesn't care. He's gonna finish.
Yeah, that's
He's
dedication
dedicated. It's
for
like
sure.
if he ever did streams, you would be like, how the fuck is he able to do everything that fast? It's just the way he is. He's just a fast gamer. He does everything. He knows exactly what to do. It's just really fun.
That's crazy, man. Yeah.
I feel sorry though for the ones that did that Hogwarts game. That's kind of was that Pokemon Go kind of rip off because it's not around no more. I'm just thinking, how much money did people dump
I
into
didn't.
that?
Did they get? Is that mobile game gone now?
Yeah.
Is it? Wow.
Yes. So is that one Star Wars one where it's kind of that, kind of build your own universe thing. You can be Rebel. And that got canceled. And then they had
They
then
had
they had
that card game that was a lot of fun. They canceled that after like Disney Interactive canceled that. That sucks.
Yeah.
Dude.
It
That was a fun
just
game.
And think of all the money people do. That's why I don't do anything with these. The on the phones, those games.
It's a mess. There was an anime fighting game, and it was like, this is pretty fun actually. And it's got the story from the different characters of the animes that I've watched and stuff, and a lot of them. And then it died after a year, and so I'm like, wow, I'm glad I didn't spend any money on that. Then there's other ones you spend money on, and then they die after a year, and it's like, oh. There was one from Square Enix that had all these different characters from Star Ocean, different ones. It died after a year, and I'm like, yeah, but I actually put some money into that. Weird. Though the game was pretty fun, but they couldn't keep up with the content, and then it just falls apart.
Interesting. And hi, General Zod. Really, Baron?
Well, he was in the Dark Zone. He was in the Dark Zone.
Doc Pop is back.
It is not General Zod, Baron. You will kneel before Doc Pop.
Yeah. Yeah.
He will kneel.
Wow, that's too.
I think things that will never happen for 200, Alex.
Kneel. All right, so it says.
I'm glad that window's open. I can get back in fast.
There's a way I can prevent you from doing it, Baron. If I really wanted to be an ass.
But General Zod was in the Dark Zone with me there. He had some interesting points, but then I found the window came back.
But yeah, you gotta be dedicated, Jace, for what your friend's doing and stuff. Because like even if you're playing on like the hardest difficulty, you're gonna run into trouble. And I mean, that's what it's supposed to be. You're supposed to run into trouble. You don't need easy mode with cheats. There's a person out there that uses that. Talking about you, Master Paul.
Whoa!
You are.
Whoa! Wow!
Only on Skyrim, but it's not good, man. We're gonna get you out of this mode, hopefully.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Yes, it did.
To be the man, you gotta beat the man, and I'm saying, woo, right here, I'm the man.
That's right. You need to, Master Paul. You see that clip? You need to be the man. Be the man. Don't be the wolf.
I just got a message. This is Master Paul's response to you.
How about new? How about new?
Yep.
It's too funny. Anyways, let's get to this.
So Hoyoverse announced a trio of new heroes via Billy and provided a little insight into each machine translation via DeepL, of course. They always have to put that because it's originally in Japanese. Alongside of sweepstakes on the platform, these characters had already appeared in the game, some being playable for a brief time or only just being an NPC. The first is Silver Wolf, a flippant super hacker who sees the world as a game. Her data battle with Genius Society member Screwlum has become a legend in the hacking community, and Wolf has built a reputation of being able to crack any system. She's eager to break other barriers of the universe, something she should be capable of, as in-game lore states she uses either editing, maybe I said that right, maybe I said it wrong, to tweak the data of reality itself. Goes on to say her quote from the post states, "Can I have some fun this time?" And this is what the character looks like. And there's a better image.
Interesting.
Goes on to say additional information on the image itself. Her appearance in earlier versions of the game as an NPC and being playable in the tutorial of the full game was provided by Pruden. GG. It goes on to say Silverwolf will be a 5-star quantum character and follows the path of nility. I don't freaking know. The latter means Her playstyle focuses on debuffing enemies. Players only got a glimpse of what Silverwolf can do in the tutorial. In early versions, she would inflict bug and entanglement status effects, along with changing the elemental weaknesses of foes. Some of her moves even deal more damage to foes per status effect they are suffering. Whether this is reflected in the final game is unknown. Goes on to say, curiously, part of the text on her image is redacted. It states something along the lines of, it's just modifying dead data. So we've got that. Says next is Locha, and players already got to experience playing as him and Zionzo. Loaf, I don't know. If Phil were here, he'd be going, "Oh, I love it when Mike butchers Japanese."
I'm kind of the same way too.
Well, we're gonna make him pronounce the words properly. So yes.
He'll just skip over it. You know that.
Yeah, you know that.
Main story quest. While a member of the Intergalactic Merchant Guild, he carries a large coffin with him. This coffin is not mine. I was only entrusted by someone to return his remains to Lofu for placement, reads his quote. His healing skills were useful to players, and he is set to be 5-star imaginary element character under the abundance path. It goes on to say he can automatically heal allies when their HP falls below a certain threshold and build up a bit flowers to create a special field where attacking foes heals a character's HP. Even healing allies that aren't injured can create shields to protect them from future attacks. Unlike other healing characters, Locha's ultimate deals damage even more so if the enemy is buffed. And there's Locha. And it says the final character is Yukon, who was previously an NPC from the game itself. We know she's the Helmmaster of the Skyfaring Commission, Zanzhao Alliance, and one of the Zanzhao Lofu's 6 charioteers, gaining her piloting skills during the war. Her retirement sees her handling all matters with grace and expertise, even if her focus is on her current duties, has somewhat dulled her skills. And there's a quote for the character that says, "You just hold on to your weapon. I'll bring you back to the boat." The quote and other parts of her backstory may hint at a far more pragmatic side of her. The description of the past and future, light cone depicting her disheveled and injured flames behind her, states she lost her beloved during the war. It goes on to say Yukon looks set to be a 4-star imaginary character under the Harmony. The path means her playstyle will focus on buffing allies, along with the game needing more Harmony characters. Pruden GG notes that Yukon being a 4-star character may mean players will get her for free via an event. This is based on how 4-star characters are usually treated in Hoyo versus other gacha game, Genshin Impact. Goes on to say, discussing the news, YouTuber Grimro Gacha explained whether the characters would be worth saving for, along with theorizing the timing of the post meant the characters would be coming in patch 1.1. He notes Silverwolf displayed some differences from how she played in the tutorial compared to the beta, still likely to serve the same role within a party. While Silverwolf will continue to riddle foes she debuffs, she is held back by focusing on single targets. Goes on to say, as players have currently only have access to Natasha and Bellew for healing or Jeopard for shields. Grimogotcha explains Losha is a much needed support character to help players in longer fights as their second healer in a party. Being reworked since the beta to be able to heal multiple allies easier, Losha being a more offensive healer and able to inflict elemental breaks puts him above the rest. And then it just goes on to explain about the other characters. So, yeah, now whether I end up using some of these characters or all these characters at some point, that remains to be seen because I haven't played the game yet. But
Yep.
I've seen streamers like Fat Steven streaming it, and it looks like it's a lot of fun. And I've seen some other streams, and I want to try it, especially with it being a free game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
It's the important word, free. I'm cheap.
Yeah.
That's why I always go wait for a while before I buy a game, and if they're on sale, boom.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
No, I will admit I'm probably going to end up buying the Star Trek Resurgence when that comes out on the 23rd because I don't think that game's going to cost $70. It's probably going to be more like a $50 game. Just looking at it.
Is that on Steam? It's gonna okay.
It's gonna be on Epic Games.
Yeah, it's on Epic Games. I just don't want to spend money on Epic Games, but maybe that we'll see how good that Star Trek.
I want to play something other than Star Trek Online.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that because there's a big universe for Star Trek, but I just get afraid that they're gonna start warping in all the new stuff.
Mm-hmm. Which they already have warped in too much of it already.
Yeah. Way too much.
And I'll also admit I used to play Star Trek Online every day when I got home from work and after I got done doing stuff as a way to wind down.
Mm-hmm.
And it just got to a point where because of that, I lost interest.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, me too. I used to, that and Star Wars, The Old Republic, are both of those have play. It's like then I got maybe you could kind of get a little burned out. That's why it's like, well, I might get back into playing it again now.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying I'll never go back to playing Star Trek Online. There might be something that makes me go, you know what, I want to play it again. But another problem I have with a lot of games anymore is it's pay to win.
Yeah.
No, I get that. Yeah.
That's what happens.
A lot of things are pay to win.
Yep, that's what happens with a lot of these mobile games, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Even stuff like Fire Emblem Heroes is like, oh, is this a fun game? Stuff like the Mario Kart mobile game, like it's just there's no reason to spend money on it, but like Fire Emblem, I want to get these characters, and then it's like, oh crap, how much money have I spent on this? Yeah, it's a mess.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then you're like, I got to stop doing this. I just got to stop. Just stop.
You do. We'll be your support group. Stop.
No, it becomes ridiculous.
Do it, Cash. Do it.
It becomes very ridiculous. So I don't know. I used to spend more money on mobile games. I haven't really spent money on mobile games on the tablet or the phone or anything. It's just like,
no point of doing it.
The one game I would spend money on when I played it was Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes.
Oh yeah. And it's still out.
Yeah, I spent some money on that, but even that becomes a money sink.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's why I like this Warhammer one, this Dark Crusade. You don't need to dump money. This is the only game where I actually paid only a small amount. It's like about $4.
Mm-hmm.
I just bought $4 so I can just have 2 constructions at one time, and that's all I ever paid. But you don't even need to do that. And
Yeah.
It's a game I don't. That's why I like this one. That's the only amount of money I dropped into the game. Other than that, it's cooperative and all that. You join alliances and such, but you can move up. It's a little bit slower than if someone's going to dump all that money in, but I'd rather have a more organic growth and earn my way up instead of going out and buying this and buying that. And that's what I like about the game is, obviously they're hyping, get this, buy this. But other than that, you can still do this game without having to pay a lot of money or pay any money for that matter. So, and that's what I like to go for. But even like games like Candy Crush and all that, they make it impossible for you to get through levels unless you use their special buffs, which you can get for 99 cents.
Yeah. Look at what they've done to Angry Birds too, the developers. It's like I think it's still you play for 3 hours and then you have to start paying and stuff before you can play. You have to wait for a cool down period before you can play again. It's stupid. That's not how the old game was.
No.
Nope.
Exactly.
So we have our last story here from Bounding into Comics. And it says One Piece creator Ichiro Oda provides update on live action Netflix series. They've promised that they won't launch it until I'm satisfied. And this is courtesy of Nerdgasm Inc.
It's gonna suck.
Yep. And this is via Nerdgasm Inc. It was posted on Bounding into Comics on the 9th. And it says after Netflix infamous mishandling of Cowboy Bebop, fans' expectations for the streaming service's upcoming adaptation of One Piece are abysmally low. Oh, no kidding.
Really? Hell, sorry.
It is, but I have to also take Crit's side. Like, we haven't seen anything really a clip, but it's very easy to throw Netflix under the bus because of what's already happened. Where these animes and adapted, but there's no excuse that they can't do live action. Look at what fan projects are doing.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. There's no reason that they can't do it. There's just no reason they can't do it right and follow a lot of the source material. But I think it helps the creators actually involved in this, and he's not going to release it until it's ready. So we'll see what happens.
You just have to hope for the best with it, but I still have a big feeling that it's not going to be great. It's way too much in that anime and manga that should not ever be tried to do on live action. But let's see what it has to say.
Yeah. It goes on to say, so in hopes of easing fan concerns, series creator Ichiro Oda recently shared a personal message of optimism toward the live action take on his seminal manga. It goes on to say, to ease fans' concerns, the creator himself posted a message with not only an update on the One Piece live action series, but also the executive producer's personal involvement with Netflix and Tomorrow Studios. Originally uploaded by Oda in Japanese before being translated by Netflix's official Twitter account, opened his message by recalling his overall experience serving as executive producer on the live series. I've been working with Tomorrow Studios and Netflix for quite some time now, wrote the mangaka, and I apologize for saying that wrong if I did. Even though they understand each of the characters, we obviously come from very different cultures, so when it comes to entertainment, we have different codes, skill sets, and aims. Sometimes it could be frustrating for both sides. Goes on to say, it felt like we're all trying to get to the same place. How come we're not on the same wavelength? He added. There was even a time when I thought, is a foreign production possible? To that end, he then declared, now this might seem like it might be coming out of nowhere, but we've been hard at work this entire time. And now each and every entity involved is working in sync. We're finally here. Goes on to say, Oda then confessed, considering my expected lifespan, I believe this is my last chance to bring One Piece to the entire world. hinting that unlike the manga, he had no contingency plan to ensure the quality of a live action series in the event of his, God forbid, premature passing. The mangaka revealed, if we're going to do it, I want to be able to do it while I'm still active. That's why I agreed to the live adaptation of One Piece back in 2016. Well, that's understandable. You have someone else looking over your baby. You want to make sure that they do it properly. They do it right. They have respect for the source material, like we had talked about earlier on Pop Talk. Since then, Netflix has committed enormous resources to the production. He explained before assuring fans it was announced that the show will launch in 2023, but they've promised they won't launch it until I'm satisfied. Goes on to say, closing out his message on this optimistic bet, Odo ultimately exclaimed, the entire cast and crews spanning various countries are brimming with love for One Piece. They're burning with passion, and they've reminded everyone involved that this should be fun, he affirmed. We're in the final process of finishing all 8 episodes. We'll be setting sail soon. And goes on to say, per an alleged script leak provided exclusively to Bounty in the Comics in early 2020, the first episode of Netflix One Piece will closely follow Oda's original story beats, while also expanding on scenes from Zoro's past only hinted at in the manga. Netflix live action One Piece is on course to break waves sometime in 2023. Now, Cash, I know that you've watched One Piece. I don't know if you watched it, Jason
I have,
and
of course,
Baron.
I have.
I'm not gonna assume that you have or you haven't watched One Piece. I have not. So I would love to hear your thoughts on this whole live action series and what you expect from it. Cash?
Yeah. No, I thought, has Baron watched this? Oh, Baron's muted. No.
Oh, sorry, I'm on a phone call. Sorry about that.
Oh, listen to this guy. I just, if it's anything like the Netflix Bebop, I'm gonna probably bang my head on something. But yeah, I've watched a good deal of One Piece. There's still so much more I have to watch, but Crit
It's a
got me
lot.
into this, and it's a lot. It was slow at first, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna like this. But when the other episodes that became, there's a version that's the where they shorten the episodes, and I like those better. But I don't know. We'll just wait and see. I'm with Crit. We'll wait and see. It's easy for our friends and other people in the community to say this is going to be crap, and it's well, Netflix doesn't have very good track record right now, but it should help that the creator's actually working on this, because I know how the creator felt about Cowboy Bebop Netflix and how horrible it is, and it is horrible. And I have a friend who wants to argue with me, another friend of mine, arguing me about this. Said it was a hardcore anime fans. It's like, no, Netflix did this to themselves. Just like how the fans felt about Death Note, they didn't like it. It didn't follow a lot of the anime from what I had read, and that's never a good thing. It really isn't. If
I
you're,
have seen
yeah,
Death Note
have
a
you watched
couple
it?
times.
Did you
Yeah,
like
I
it?
have. I have
Okay.
my view on it is that if you haven't
Mhm.
read Death Note, if you haven't
Mhm.
seen Death Note,
Mhm. Mhm.
it's a decent movie.
Okay.
But if you
It's just a
are,
movie. It's just a movie
yes,
on Netflix. It's not actually a series. Okay.
yeah, but if you're a Death Note fan like me, you will
Yeah.
see all the issues. But it was an interesting take of what they did. It's like I agree with the original Death Note creators because they liked it. The original Death Note guys, they liked it.
Oh, they
But the
did.
reason they liked it was that a retelling, a new story, a new way to tell the story. It's not Death Note that they made. This is a
Mhm.
new telling that they also liked. because it surprised them. But for me, it's a guilty pleasure because I do like some of the actors in it. That's one of the reasons why I watched it. It's better than the Japanese TV live action TV series on a lot of stuff. People are complaining about Netflix one, but if you watch the live action Japanese version, that's a TV series, the live action TV drama, it's worse. It's a lot worse. The live action movie that they did on Netflix is more correct than the live drama TV series.
So they did do a TV series then.
Yes, they did, and they made Light into a suicidal fanboy simping over Misa. And he's a normal guy. Not smart at all, just a normal guy. Yeah. But no, when you watch it, Death Note, it's not Death Note, Death Note. Light is not Light you recognize in the live action Netflix. Netflix have, they did the Cowboy Bebop. Everything they have done, every live action mostly of anime, manga adaptations that Americans on Netflix have done, or, Dragon Ball, whatever, they don't know how to really do it because some stuff should just be a manga or anime. Some stuff should be. But with One Piece, it's one of a kind anime. I will honestly say I don't care for One Piece. I've seen a lot of One Piece. I've read a lot of One Piece. I think it's fucking boring. I don't like it. But it's just like with One Piece, it's over the top anime and manga. It's over the top. It's a lot of things that just does not work on live action. So there is a lot of stuff they have to reshape, remake.
Has there been any fans that have done live action of on YouTube that has
not
made
that I
it
know
work?
of?
Huh.
Not that I've seen.
Okay, I might have to look into that.
Yeah, not that I can remember. But so for me, I don't think this is gonna be good. It can be decent, but I really don't think it's gonna be good. I think it's gonna. Well, if it's gonna do good, I'm gonna take it back and say, okay, I was wrong. But I'm not. Right now, I think it's not gonna do good. I think it's gonna be shit. For right now.
I don't know, man. And we just haven't really seen anything of it, but anything's possible with Netflix.
It really depends. They can hit and miss on a lot of stuff. But with this day of movies and creations, I don't have faith in it, and I don't like the actors who are in it. I've already researched a little bit on those guys, and they don't have the vibe. I don't think they're gonna do a great job as the characters. But of course we will see. But when it comes out, if I'm wrong and they do surprise me, I will of course come clean and say yes, that it surprised me. If it is what I think it's gonna be, I will, say it straight out that it's shit. But yeah, it's like a lot of times it's like I don't like a lot of Americanized anime or mangas. I don't want those to be remade to American versions. It's like, yes, Death Note is a guilty pleasure, but it's mostly because of the actors. The story overall is shit when you're a fucking fan of Death Note. It's fucking terrible. Everything is just fucking wrong. But even though I wish that movie was never made overall, even though I like some of the actors, it's like William Dafoe is one of the people there that's like, okay, I will watch it. I will watch it for him. And I like Nate Wolff. He's a great actor. He did not play Light either. He played a totally different character. And you have Misa, who is basically L in this movie. So they basically just race swapped Light. Sorry, they race swapped Light to be Misa in the movie. L is not albino white. He's a black person. It doesn't make sense because he's supposed to be super white. It's not because he's a white guy. He's just really albino. That's kind of his thing. No. everything that I've seen of adaptations, if they are gonna do live action of movies or anime, manga, I want the actors to be Asian. I want this to stay an Asian property because that's where it's supposed to be. I want it to stay in that place. I want to have that vibe that this is, an Asian culture. When you watch all of these animes, read these mangas, you see all the Asian, vibe, the Asian lives. It's like it's all Asian, and I want it to stay that way because that's one of the reasons I also like it, because it's a different world. It's anime and manga. It's not American. It's not Norwegian. It's their own thing. And that's why I want it to stay like that. It's like the best live adaptation of Death Note, for example, is the Death Note live action movies back in the day. They are really good. They really care about the story. They did it really well, even though it had low budget, but really did it really well. And it should stay there. It's the same thing that J.J. Abrams is going to ruin one of my favorite movies, Your Name. He's going to make a live action adaptation of it, American version of it. I know it's going to suck. I've already seen some of the changes, and it's going to be bad. So again, no, I know I'm rambling, but I have no faith in the One Piece, the live action adaptation. I have a feeling that I will hate it either way. Because I rather just go back and watch the anime. Why would I see an American Netflix version of it? Why would I? I have that. I think One Piece is boring, but I rather watch the anime and read a manga instead of watching a live action adaptation that is not Asian people as the characters, just weird kids that cannot act that well. Yeah. So
That's understandable. I mean, there are people that, after watching the first episode of the live action Cowboy Bebop, said, "I'm sticking with the anime."
Yep.
Yeah, there's only one season of it, but they'll stick with it.
Yep. So I am really critical when it comes to live action adaptations of anime or manga to live action Netflix or whatever. I'm really careful of what they're doing because 90% of the times it is not good.
Yeah. You're right, though. Some stuff should not be translated over to live action.
Well, if they're not going to care enough about it, there can be things that, like your dog said.
It's like you have, for example, you guys have probably heard about Alice in Borderland, right?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, that's based on a manga. It's not an anime; it's a manga, just a manga, right? Netflix did an adaptation on that, but it's with an Asian director who's really good. He made a Death Note, the fourth movie of the Death Note live action movies, really good. And when he did the live action adaptation, he sticked, with Japan. It's all Japan. It's Japanese culture. He sticked with everything what the manga is about. He didn't change it to be Americanized or, go to the modern age that we are living in now with this culture that we're living in now. He didn't try to Americanize it or anything. He sticked with the real source material. And that was for Netflix. And if they want to do a One Piece, I say, do what they did with Alice in Borderland. Full Asian crew, be in Japan or something like that, if you know what I mean. All the great live adaptations I have seen of manga that are based on manga. Reason I say manga is because that's where the originally comes from. Anime is just, our film version, animated version of the manga. And they just remove 90% of the things I love. That happens a lot, unfortunately. But all the great live adaptation I've seen has been with Asian sets, with an Asian creation, with people that are from Japan and understand this kind of humor, this kind of style, and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, you have a lot of flops with also these live actions, but at least a lot of them are better, closer to source material, and it feels right. It feels the right timepiece where it's supposed to be.
Mhm.
So, like I say, just let be a full Asian TV series or movie if they're gonna do
Just
One Piece.
I just feel like any kind of adaptation of really anything, get the creator's input. Make sure he's a consultant on there, and so you don't mess up things, or just show as much passion as these fan people have, where they're like, "Wow, this is like a different version, but it still feels like the anime. It still feels," because the fans are usually the ones who care more than
Mhm.
these billion-dollar companies lately. And if they cared more about this, they people would make a lot of people happy. You're never going to make everyone happy, but if you do these adaptations where you have the creators around, that's a good thing.
Mhm.
Because a lot of people like the anime. So if you have the creators around, you can make this happen. Look at how people made that new Power Rangers movie. It made a lot of people happy, I guess. I'm pretty sure. A lot of the hardcore fans or whatever.
Yeah, I
Yep.
mean, it was perfect for Power Ranger fans. It was made for them.
Yep. For
It wasn't
me,
meant.
yep. And for like Transformers, for example, if I'm doing like another live action Transformers movie, first I'm gonna be like, is there a story in Transformers that we haven't really told? And I'm sorry to break it to you guys, but I'm not worried about doing any kind of political correctness or whatever. And I'm not worried about the thing is that these robots are supposed to fight each other at some point. I know they said that in the new movie, but there's going to be other bullshit around there, and so I would say,
Yeah.
yeah, you can still have the human element, but if there's a story in the comics or something that really hasn't been told, I would love to tell that actually on screen, but I'd make sure that
Mhm.
the people who worked on Transformers before, as long as they're still alive, that we'd make sure to do it right, or even bring in other fans and like how you guys want to do this. I
So,
just yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
so I think I can get you what you're saying, Cash, is that you're not interested in meeting check boxes. You're not interested in you know making a name for yourself. What you're saying is this.
Just remember, there's a thin line between being a hero and being a memory.
Yeah.
But I will say, you never know. Of course, you never know. This series can be okay. It can be decent. Of course, we do not know, but we have to be wary. We have to be careful. We have to don't say just it's gonna be good. We have to be a little negative too because of the track record of all the adaptations they have done of anime to American version of them.
Kind of a cautious optimism.
Yeah. It's the same thing that you guys have seen Stranger Things, right?
I've seen clips of it. I've never really
Okay.
gotten into it. No.
I've seen bits and pieces of it. I have it on DVD. I should watch it sometime.
Yeah. So
First season.
I'm a big Stranger Things fan. I love Stranger Things. Hopefully the new season will be good. I hope it. But
You
I
are
have
Stranger Things, Chase.
I am. I have 11's tattoo on my face too. For two reasons. Because I love the TV series, and it's my great grandmother. Her favorite number was 11. But they are gonna make a live action adaptations TV series of Death Note, right? I'm really wary about it, but the thing with them is that they understand the vibe. They understand how this universe of Death Note works. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because when you watch Stranger Things, it's a lot like Death Note in so many levels, and they understand how to do it. They know how this like Ryuk and the other world of the Shiagamis works. They have all basically already done that with Stranger Things with their villains and characters from the other side, the upside down. They've already basically done that, so they understand what type Death Note is going for. They understand the story a lot, and they want it to be close to the story as possible. But I'm still wary. The show can be good, it can be bad. But I don't have faith in any live I just still don't have faith in it because it's still basically a Netflix version of it again.
What about faith in someone in the chat like this guy?
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Hail Moss. But I do understand you, Cash, that you don't want to go on the wagon of just bashing it already, and you want to be a little optimistic and be a little, it might be good, trying to stay a little positive. I do understand you on that. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying.
Yeah. It's just a track record of everything that we have seen.
I mean, Chase, I wanted to feel like a lot of people in this community, even other friends of ours, that this season 3 of Picard was going to make me feel so much, but I just can't. And I wish I didn't have to be in that group of people, but I can't feel that way. So many people felt like it was so great.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I know Anonymous liked Picard season 3 a lot, and that's fine. I wish I could feel the same way as him. I really do. I really do.
Yeah.
And like some of my other friends, but
there is one thing we have to also think about. Even though the original creator of One Piece is like he says that that the series will not be released before he is satisfied, right?
Right.
Remember, like a lot of this, also these writers, they can if they do political correctness in this One Piece series, because if you watch One Piece, it's not accurate, the political accuracy in it, because it's an anime, it's a manga. Of course it's not. Of course it's gonna have a lot of sexual stuff, certain places here and there. It's gonna have fucked up humor here and there, right? So, and I can say this because one thing, I love Death Note. You have the writer of Death Note who hates Donald Trump. He bashed Donald Trump in the sequel manga, a short story he did. He bashes Trump. He bashes, American presidents other than, he's more of a Biden guy, basically. That's what he is. He's more of that side, right?
Yeah, and bringing that up, I just feel like you don't need to bring any president into this situation unless it actually connects to the story.
Yeah, so I will say a lot of these writers and they can be really good when they make a manga or an anime. It can be really good, but they also like to push their certain stuff. And if we say One Piece, we say they do some woman power stuff in it, right? Because she's a powerful woman in the anime, but if they do some political correctness with her, the writer can be happy with it, but it's still, that's going to ruin it because then they're pushing an agenda. And again, you can not always trust the original creators with certain stuff. You always have to be careful with that. That's like my point with that.
Yeah, sometimes they lose their own way. I mean,
yeah, no, they do. That is true. They do.
I mean, in some ways you can say that about George R. R. Martin not finishing his script.
Yeah, I mean, really, if you're under contract or something, or you're supposed to finish a book, just finish the dumb book.
So we say that that One Piece live action comes out and it's like super woke. Then we already know the creator of the original One Piece, he accepted it.
Right.
He's part of the problem, even though he has made something great before, but he's still part of the problem. He's like, okay, I like this. I want this to be political correct here and there. I accept it.
And I wouldn't say One Piece is really politically correct. A lot of these animes are definitely not politically
No anime is politically correct.
Yeah, you're probably right. There's probably been a few, though, Jace, because anime has gone a little bit sometimes woke. But
it's kind of funny, though. You have the people screaming out to respect other people's culture and how they do stuff, and then they see stuff in anime. It's like, oh, how dare you? It's like, excuse me.
No, I can say there's a lot of people that thinks that when you see a lot of new animes, they see a strong woman. A lot of people have been bashing it. No. If you go back watching, if you read old manga, watch old animes. There's always been strong women in anime. And again, one thing also with anime and manga, yes, you have a lot of gay stories and lesbian stories. They are not woke at all. You have characters who cross dresses was not woke at all either. It's just a part how anime and manga has always been. They've always done that way. But the good thing with a lot of this stuff, they have great storytelling. One of my favorites is called Citrus. It's about lesbian, Yuri, lesbian, lesbian stories, the Yuri stories. The manga really sexual compared to the anime, but they were not forced to be lesbians. They were not forced or anything. It was just good storytelling.
Right.
So anime and manga doesn't go woke mostly at all. But I will tell you, if you read manga with when they translate it, the translators have done certain stuff in mangas woke. There is a manga that I read. It's about a boy who gets dressed up as a girl. He still identify as a boy and still is a boy, just cross-dressing and feels comfortable with it, right?
Is that the world that only God knows or something? There's cross-dressing. Okay.
No. So what happens in the translations, because the people that translated it made it into a transgender allegory. That was not what it said at all in the manga. I read the manga. I went online and I looked at the Japanese, and I saw when people translated it. It's a totally different translation in English, but the translators who did the translation made it into transgenderism, and it's not, and that ruined the manga for a lot of people because that boy still identified as a boy, just like to dress up because if his friend dressed him up, and they kind of get a weird relationship. But there's nothing about transgenderism in that manga at all. It's just a guy who likes to cross dress and gets in love. It's a weird story, but overall, you know what I mean.
Yeah. And guys, I think now's a good time to wrap up this edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. So before we do you have anything that you would like to promote, Jace?
Well, I'm Jason Fox, founder and creator of 540 Studio. We are doing podcasts mostly every Tuesday and Thursday, and I also have the original shows are the Beyond, where you can find me as Sparta Chris, Prismatics, Moss, sometimes Tabletop. Sometimes we do get guests on like Culture Casino and other people. And then I also have another program that is not a podcast, but a podcast. And that's where I have an open panel to invite, our viewers and friends and, just talk and have fun. We go through articles to talking shit about whatever, or, talk about weird shit. We talk about stranger things, but no. And we also have a channel called 540 Echo, where Sparta Chris is going to start doing stuff again. We are going to release a reaction video of some trailers. And we also have Game Over, 540 Game Over. We are going to try to do more stuff on that. I don't know what's going to happen tonight because we did talk about doing some gaming today, but I don't know what's going to go on. Cash, if you're still up for it, you have to talk with Prismatics. He is the one who runs Game Over. No, I just want to thank you for the invite, man. I did not expect to get an invite. I was playing SWTOR. I was going to go into a boss battle. But suddenly it was like, you sent me on Twitter. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. I was just going to go into a boss battle. I was ready. I was so ready.
Like I said, I wanted to get your input on Elon Musk naming the new Twitter CEO.
Yeah. Hopefully
because I think it's important to yeah. Because I do think it's important to get other points of view, especially on a topic like that where you have someone coming in who's been known to have a different point of view than you or anyone else does as far as freedom of speech and everything is concerned.
Yep. But again, it was really fun being here. And if I do talk over people sometimes, I am sorry. I am sorry. I can do that sometimes. It's just, and sometimes when you're a podcaster, sometimes you forget yourself and you just talk. But again, everyone out there, I want to say, Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. And we in this panel would not been here today if it wasn't for all of you. All your support and love means the world to us. So, as I say, life's too short. Make the most of it. And we love you, everybody.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yep. And I just want to say, DJ Ron has had a good thing. Jason Fox and his friends are great. Thank you. Don't judge him for the blue hair. I don't have blue hair in real life. I used to have. But again, I just want to say, I had it long before the woke people stole it. Because woke people stole my traditions. They stole my clothing style. They stole my hairstyles. I'm a metalhead. I'm a punkhead. All of those woke motherfucking pieces of shit stole so much of my culture so they can fuck off. I'm an original. And none of us are woke at that time.
All right, Baron, what do you got coming up?
Well, hopefully at about an hour, be with the Kings on 24/7 Fusion Media. That's with, of course, 24/7 himself, Vigilante Williamson, and Newbomb Turk, myself. So hopefully that'll be happening here. Other than that, of course, Wednesday I'll be haunting you as well. So I'm still getting moved into my home, so hopefully get something going here soon as I get more, shall we say, settled in.
Nice, very nice. And Cash Money.
Yes. Well, I had things planned today, but I feel like Spectrum is gunning for me, so I'm going to have to call them. But as long as everything works well on the internet, I'm going to finally start Final Fantasy 12 soon, and we are going to get that stream started again of Broforce with Mike. And I'll make sure Baron's available, and if we get Crit or Paul, they all have the game, so we'll see. Yes. And Phil is back to try to harass us, and I say the word try. Yes.
I will get Broforce, by the way, bro.
Nice. So yeah, we'll plan a day for that, but I've been messing around with Final Fantasy 12, and one of my friends was like, "Oh, I saw him playing this about a year or two ago on Twitch," and I said, "You know what? Maybe I'll finally buy it." And so I did, and we'll see what happens. But I'm planning on playing the crap out of that game, and another game beating on stream. I think the last one was Streets of Rage we beat, Mike. So I think this one will. I don't think I've played a Japanese RPG. I know some of these Japanese creators don't like that name. I never looked at it as a disrespect to them, but I know other American critics have. But anyways, so yeah, that's what's coming up. Final Fantasy 12.
Okay.
At some point, there's also going to be, hopefully soon, I'm going to have to talk to Matt Risman about it. We're going to have a panel for the Super Mario movie. So we'll talk about that.
Nice. Very nice.
So that'll be cool.
Wow.
Yep.
All right. And as far as PACIFIC414 is concerned, tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern, I will resume Jedi Survivor. It'll be part 4 of the gameplay. I call it Knowledge is Power because I'm sure I'm going to learn a few more things about this planet I am currently on. And then, of course, Wednesday will be the Wednesday edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. And the rest of the week, I don't really have anything planned at this time. And, of course, Sunday will be PACIFIC414 Pop Talk as well. That will be the first of 2 back-to-back open panels on Sunday. So everybody's invited. Just know that one spot will be filled by me, another spot will be filled by Baron, and the other spot will be filled by Cash. So we'll have 7 slots open. And if you want to come on and just talk about entertainment, pop culture, and talk about any articles that we end up discussing, you're more than welcome. So that's what's coming up on the channel. Be sure to subscribe to Jace, Cash, Baron. Subscribe to everybody who's in the chat who has a channel. And thank you all for watching. And of course, remember, I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all-around guy. Take care, everyone.
Hi.
This has been a test of the emergency hypnotoad system. Had this been an actual hypnosis, you would go limp and watch whatever crap comes on next.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Happy Mother's Day, everyone.
Yes, happy Mother's Day, one and all.
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
Well, sounds like another wannabe mother there.
Fuck Gryffindors.
Gotta stop the outro. I forgot to do one thing real quick.
Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs.
I forgot to do one thing. Yes, it's that important to me that I do this.
Grab your floaties.
I want to thank Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000 for being here. I want to thank DJ Ronnie G for being here. I want to thank Potato Revan for being here. We also had Real Wade Gaming Clips here. Bone was here. We had George Lucas here. We had Prismatics. The Padawannabe was here. Whoopa Troopa. Whoopa. Whoopa. Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective was here.
Nice.
We also had Low Spec Linux Laptop. Spartacus was here. Nova Vaughn was here. Leigh Rose was here. Phil McCracken. He's not a Scottish therapist, but he's one of the best trolls on YouTube.
Yeah, he needs work on his typing, though. Jeez, Phil, gosh.
Kitty Bear was here. And, of course, Anonymous. Anonymous. Have a good one, everyone. And thank you very much. I see that, Anonymous. I see that.
Are we really over? Is this really over? How can we be over without
This
this?
is Patrick Stewart, and I wish to